connectivity of the
improving the connectivity of transportation and the technologies of developing countries that are landlocked. We will have a panel of distinguished speakers here today. I would like to thank you for accepting guiding us during this debate. Each of them has 7 minutes for the presentation, and because of the time constriction, I encourage each speaker to adapt to 7 minutes. After the presentation, we will have the opportunity to interact and ask questions. And we are going to focus our attention on some questions that will be guiding the intervention of our speakers. For example, what are the key achievements in improving transport and ICT connectivity for the LLDCs in terms of both the physical infrastructure and the soft infrastructure? What have been the major challenges? What are the best practices and lessons learned from the development and management of transit transport corridors in different subregions? What are the key recommendations to strengthen financing, technical assistance, and partnerships for transit transport and ICT connectivity? How can private sector involvement in national and regional infrastructure projects be enhanced? What kind of priority policy options and concrete steps could be adapted at national, regional, and global levels to boost intra-regional and international trade in goods and services by Latin American LLDCs? How can LLDCs participation in global and regional value chain be enhanced? And how can LLDCs create and sustain competitive industries, encourage value addition, and promote deeper integration into the global economy? What kind of support do they need from their development partners, the UN, other international and regional organizations? And how can the role of the private sector be enhanced in order to achieve a structural economic transformation? With further ado, I would like to present our panel. We have Mr. Didier Olmedo, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Paraguay to the Common Market of the South in the Latin America Integration Association. He started working for the Mercosur in 2020. He also developed other tasks in the government of Paraguay. He was also General Director of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and he was also an ambassador in Belgium and Brazil. We also have Mr. João Carlos Parkinson de Castro, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. He is the Chief of Integration and Infrastructure Division in Brazil. He used to be General Coordinator of the Division of Infrastructure in South America, and he worked for the bilateral and regional office in the Americas. We also have Mr. Sergio Abreu, Secretary General of the Latin America Integration Association, ALADI. He's not here yet, but I'm sure he will be shortly with us. We also have he started working for ALADI in September 2010. He was senator in Uruguay, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Mines and Energy, Vice President of the General Assembly of the UN, and member of the Mercosur. We also have Mr. Fernando Rojas, Senior Economic Affairs Assistant, Division of Production, Productivity and Management Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. He has many years of experience in the communication sector. He works in the economic services for the Americas in terms of infrastructure, digital economy, and public policies for its development. He is in charge of the observatory, the regional observatory of broadband and the regional dialogue platform that was implemented in 2005. We also have Mr. Julgum Dandim Ot, International Think Tank for Landlocked Developing Countries. He previously performed the task of coordinator of research. He was head of foreign affairs in Mongolia, officer of the Cooperation Division of Fuels and Ministry in Mongolia, and Mr. Juan José Martínez, Chief New York Office, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. He works as a chief of the UNCTAD starting in May 2023. And he was a liaison in Geneva in affairs related to the commitment of regional groups and individual bodies and everything that's related to the work of UNCTAD. We also have Mr. Michael Larson. He is Integration and Trade Specialist, Trade and Investment Unit of the Inter-American Development Bank. And that performs as a regional hub for Chile, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. He is currently based in Montevideo, Uruguay, and he is leading the design and execution of projects related to the promotion of exporting and attraction of import to the country. This is just a brief presentation of our speakers today. I will give the microphone now to our first speaker, Didier Olmedo. Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning. I am thankful that I was invited to be here today in this important meeting for the regional review of the Vienna Action Program. And I am glad that I can participate in this panel with the joining such distinguished speakers. The history of Paraguay is linked, closely linked to the permanent search of solving problems of the lack of or the problem of being a landlocked country. The foreign affairs policies of Paraguay has taken into consideration the need to consider the difficulties that represents being so far from the seaports to reach global markets. So we see a historic struggle starting from the colony times, the giant India province, and that was divided into provinces, one from the north, Paraguayan, and the south province, Buenos Aires, and that is how this geographic enclosing is determined, and Paraguay loses the sea, its seaports. And that's when I talk about the connectivity and connection with the outer world, with the globe, with the rest of the world. And Paraguay is always looking for new ways to reach the global market. Historically, the fluvial way has been the one
Se reconoce
to
en
get to the
Europa
global
en el Congreso de
markets using
Viena,
rivers, and in the Congress of
las
Vienna
primeras décadas
in the first
del,
decades
del siglo XIX.
of the 19th
En el caso del
century.
Paraguay, ese
In the
principio
case of
se
Paraguay,
plasma en un
the
acuerdo
beginning
de libre
was shown
navegación
in a
de los
free
ríos Paraguay,
navigation
Paraná y
agreement
Río de la
of
Plata
Paraguay,
recién en el
Paraná
año
River, Paraguay
67.
River, and Rio de la Plata
Entonces,
River.
es
That
una
agreement was
actividad de atención
signed late.
permanente, de ahí que la misma Constitución de la
And
República
the
del Paraguay
Constitution of the
plantea como un
Paraguay
principio rector de las
Republic
relaciones internacionales
based
la libre
the foreign
navegación de
affairs
los
on
ríos.
this free
Y
navigation of
esa
rivers.
actividad del
And this
Paraguay
activity of Paraguay
sigue una estrategia también
follows a strategy
de tratamiento del
of
tema en
treatment
los recintos
studying
correspondientes,
this subject,
especialmente en el marco
especially
multilateral,
talking about
donde se ha
multilateral
impulsado el
issues,
reconocimiento de principios, de valores
acknowledging
que hacen de que esta situación
the values that and the
determine
factors that
necesidades
make this
especiales
a
que
unique
deben ser
situation
atendidos
having unique
por la comunidad
needs,
internacional.
and they need to
Y
be paid
entonces,
attention to
en
by
esa lucha
international
que se realiza a
communities.
nivel de
So,
Naciones Unidas, de los organismos
in order
competentes,
to pay attention
la
to this
UNCTAD,
struggle,
de la OMC,
taking into
por citar
consideration
algunos,
the WTO and
Paraguay
then
ve cristalizar sus
UN, and
aspiraciones
Paraguay needs to
en importantes logros. En primer lugar, el reconocimiento a nivel de Naciones
take
Unidas
into consideration the
de
achievements. First of all,
las
the
necesidades
recognition by
especiales
the
de
UN
los
of the
países
special
con
needs of
necesidades especiales,
LLDCs,
como se lo conoce
just
en
like
el ámbito de Naciones Unidas, y
we
que
name it in the
agrupa
UN
a
space.
estos países insulares, países
Small
pequeños
island
insulares,
countries,
y entre ellos los países
and
en
also
desarrollo
developing
sin litoral,
countries that are
constituyen
landlocked.
un
And
gran
that
paso.
is a big step.
Estas cuestiones luego se desarrollan,
And then all of
por
this
citarlo,
is
en el
developed
plano comercial,
in the
en
trading
el
aspect.
acuerdo de facilitación del
We have the
comercio de
facilitation of
Bali,
trading
luego
Bali
de la
agreement.
ronda y finalmente
And finally,
llegamos a los planes de acción de
then we
Almaty
reached the Almaty
en el
action
decenio
plan.
anterior, y hoy al programa de acción de Viena para el periodo
And today for the Vienna Action Program 2014-2024,
eso entendemos como
we
importantes
understand
logros
that
en
these
las
are important
reivindicaciones
achievements for
de los países
the
carentes del
fair
litoral. La
needs
experiencia
of the
paraguaya
LLDCs.
cuenta con mucha
The Paraguayan experience
información
shows
relevada
much
en estudios, en
information that was
investigaciones
gathered through research
del sobrecosto que
of the
implica
extra costs that
carecer del litoral
it
marítimo,
means to
de
be
tener que
an
recurrir a
LLDC,
transitar por
and having to
territorio de
go
terceros
through different
países,
territories
realizar,
of third countries,
operativas
and
de
having operations
transbordo
of
en los puertos
transit in
que
different ports
afectan nuestra competitividad
that
en costos
affect the
y
competitiveness
en tiempo.
in
Entonces,
times and cost.
esta reunión es
So this meeting
un momento muy
is
importante
very
para conversar
important
de esta situación.
so we can talk about this.
Este logro que se ha llevado
This
adelante en el marco multilateral
That was
tiene un desarrollo a nivel
gained in the
regional,
multilateral
por citar los casos de
framework.
la LADI,
And just
donde
to cite some efforts of
el
ALADI,
Paraguay es reconocido como un
it shows
país
that
con
Paraguay
doble
is
asimetría,
recognized as a double
la carencia de litoral por
asymmetry
una parte
country,
y la
because
condición
there's the
de
LLDC condition
menor
on one
desarrollo
side
económico
and being
relativo.
less
Y a
developed
propósito
in
de
the
la LADI, acá
economic
está nuestro
aspect.
querido
And talking
secretario
about
general.
ALADI, we have here our General Secretary.
En el marco de la LADI
So when we talk
se
about
clasifican
ALADI,
a los países de menor desarrollo
we
económico
have the
relativo
least developed
de
countries
manera a
in relative
atender
economic
puntualmente
aspect.
las características,
So
las exigencias,
we can have the
las oportunidades y
characteristics,
los
the
desafíos
demands, the needs,
de estas
opportunities,
economías
and
que en este
challenges
caso
of
son
this specific economies.
Ecuador, Bolivia y
And in this
Paraguay,
case, they
con un
are
importante
Ecuador, Bolivia, and
programa de
Paraguay, with
apoyo
an important
a
program of
estos países de
assistance
menor desarrollo
for these
económico
countries that are
relativo.
least developed
En el marco regional
relatively.
también,
In the
inspirados
national
en estos principios de tratamientos
framework, we
diferenciados
also take into
que
consideration these
fueron
principles
reconocidos en el ámbito del
that were
Tratado
recognized
el
within
Tratado
the
de
Montevideo
1980 que crea
Treaty
la
of
ALADI.
1980, by which ALADI
Lo
was created
desarrollamos en el Mercosur.
and is
Una
developed
dura lucha
through Mercosur.
por
It is
erigir un pilar
struggle
para atención
to build a pillar
Mercosur, que
and
finalmente se
recognize the
plasma
asymmetries in Mercosur,
en la creación del Fondo para
and
la
it ends
Convergencia
up
Estructural
with
del
the
Mercosur,
structural
una
fund
herramienta
for
que todos
convergence
conocen
in
y que
Mercosur.
probablemente sea uno de los logros más importantes
Probably
de la
this is one of the
integración
biggest
a nivel
achievements of
del bloque
integration when we talk
mercosuriano,
about the Mercosur
además
framework,
de medidas
and
comerciales,
also
disciplinas,
measures in
regímenes
the
especiales,
trading aspects, special
como el tema
regimens,
del régimen de origen,
just like the
que
origin
son
regimen,
reivindicaciones
that
hechas en
are
Paraguay en atención
changes
a
made
sus
in
necesidades
Paraguay
especiales
in attention
como
to
país
its
en
special needs,
desarrollo
being
sin
least developed
litoral.
countries and a
Eh,
landlocked country.
A nivel interno también Paraguay ha
On
asumido
an
ese
internal level, Paraguay has also
rol de su
taken the task
posicionamiento
of
geográfico, que si
geographical
bien para el comercio
positioning,
internacional
which we
puede
know
implicar
that
algún tipo
international trading,
de
it
inconvenientes,
means some
hay una
problems.
intención de cambiar
There is also
la
an
mentalidad
intent to
para
change, of
sacar un
changing the
provecho,
mentality and make the
sacar un
most of
beneficio de
this,
esa posición
take
geoestratégica
advantage
que el
of this
Paraguay ocupa
strategic
en el
position
mismo
that
centro
Paraguay has in
del
the center
continente
of the continent
sudamericano. De ahí
in
que
South America.
todos los planes de desarrollo,
So
de
every plans
infraestructuras en
and
Paraguay
development projects
tienen
and
en
infrastructure in
consideración la
Paraguay
integración
take into
regional,
consideration the regional
constituirnos
integration
en un nodo
in
de
order to be a
interconexión
node
regional
of
en todas las
interconnection on a
diversas
regional level,
manifestaciones de conectividad, desde
and
la vial, la
and always
ferroviaria,
talking about
la
connectivity,
fluvial,
the road
la
connectivity,
aérea
fluvial
y
connectivity, air
últimamente
connectivity,
también la conectividad
and
digital.
lately digital
Paraguay,
connectivity.
en un listado
Paraguay,
hecho
in
en
a
el
list
marco
that
del
was
COSIPLAN, que había heredado la agenda
considered
del IRSA,
in the COSI plan,
estaba participando de
was
77
participating
proyectos
of
de integración y
77
desarrollo,
integration and development
interviniendo
projects,
en 4 ejes
intervening in
de
4
integración y desarrollo, el
main
eje
points:
interoceánico central, el eje
Interoceanic
Capricornio, el eje
Center,
Mercosur-Chile,
Capricornian Center,
el eje de la
Mercosur
hidrovía
Center,
Paraguay-Paraná,
Waterway,
de este a
Paraná,
oeste,
Paraguay,
de Atlántico a
focus
Pacífico, de norte
from
a sur.
east to
Paraguay estaba
south,
involucrado
east to
en
west, north to
estas,
south.
en estas
Paraguay was always
actividades y
involved
hoy
in these activities.
estamos
And today we
en
are
este desafío.
going through this challenge.
Paraguay
Paraguay
anota como logros ya una
recognizes as an
pronta
achievement
habilitación de un segundo puente sobre el río Paraná.
the fact that we're going to have a bridge
Ya está en
soon,
pleno
very
desarrollo
soon.
el corredor
The
bioceánico
bioceanic
que nos
corridor
unirá
is
desde
being
el Atlántico al
developed, and
Pacífico,
it
del
will go from
Pacífico al
Atlantic
Atlántico,
to
pasando
Pacific, Pacific
por
to
regiones
Atlantic,
importantes del centro
going
oeste de
through different
Brasil,
important
el Chaco
regions, the center
paraguayo,
of Brazil, Paraguay and
el
Chaco,
norte argentino
the north of
y la región
Argentina,
norte,
and the
norte de
north
Chile.
of Chile.
Eso me complace
And I'm
compartir
really
esta mesa
pleased to share
con
that
mi
today
amigo y colega
and
John
be here in this panel
Parkinson,
with my
con
colleague
quien empezamos las
Carlos
líneas
Parkinson,
para la idea del corredor bioceánico que hoy ya
because
se ha
we started
concretado
thinking about
en
this
el caso del
bioceanic
Paraguay con la
corridor and
construcción de
talking
una
about this, and
carretera
now
de
it's
más
been
de 600
a
kilómetros,
reality.
cuya
A
primera
road of
etapa
more than
ya 600
kilometers.
ya fue
The
habilitada,
first stage was
277 kilómetros,
already
entre
inaugurated
Carmelo Peralta y Loma
between
Plata,
Carmelo Peralta and
un
Loma
puente
Plata, a bridge,
internacional entre las
international
localidades de
bridge
Carmelo Peralta y
between
Puerto
Carmelo
Murtiño,
Peralta and Puerto
con
Mortiño,
casi un 30%
with
de
almost
desarrollo.
30% of development
Entonces,
reached.
un poco para
And that is only
ejemplificar
to show some examples,
ese sentimiento paraguayo
the
de
feeling of the
convertirse en
Paraguayans,
un elemento de conexión,
showing that we want
de
to be
integración
an
de
element
infraestructura.
of
Hoy
integration
la
and
logística es un
of
componente
structures,
muy
and today
importante
logistics is an important
de la
component
competitividad de
for
nuestros productos,
competitiveness
más aún.
of our products.
Se trata de una oferta exportable como la paraguaya
It
que se
means
basa
an
en
export option,
productos de gran volumen, como se
big volumes
nos
for
soja.
export of soy.
Entonces, vemos
So with this,
importantes
I say that
recomendaciones,
we see
sugerencias dentro
important
del plan de acción
recommendations and
de Viena,
suggestions within the Vienna
muchas de las
Action
cuales
Program,
están siendo
and many of those
implementadas
are
con
already being
Paraguay, en
implemented
Paraguay,
in Paraguay, with
muchas de la
Paraguay,
mano de las nuevas tecnologías,
many of them with the help
facilitar el
of new
tránsito,
technologies,
facilitar la operatoria
facilitating
del
transit,
transporte,
facilitating operation
recurriendo
of
a la
transportation,
tecnología, el rastreo
using
satelital,
technology,
los recintos
satellite
electrónicos,
tracking,
las
electronic
plataformas para
devices,
el envío
platforms
de
for
de documentación
shipping
aduanera,
and also for
una
sending
serie de
documents that
elementos que están
are
siendo
related to customs clearance
desarrollados,
that are being
estas
developed
iniciativas de los
by these
operadores
initiatives of
económicamente
these
habilitados,
operators
que
that
también son
are
elementos
authorized
de facilitación del comercio.
and that are also
Eh,
elements that facilitate trading.
Tenemos muchos desafíos.
We have many challenges.
Creo que la mejor
I
respuesta
think that the best response or
a estos
answer to
desafíos
these
pasa por
challenges
nuestros
is about
órganos de integración
strengthening
regional.
our
En el
integration
marco de la
regional
LADI,
bodies.
a fines del año pasado,
In
hemos
the
constituido
ALADI
un grupo de
aspect, we
trabajo
have
que
constituted
va a atender, que
the
atiende
task force group
específicamente la
that will
temática
be
de la
in charge
logística,
of the
de los
logistics
transportes.
issue and
En el marco del
transportation.
Mercosur también, a fines del año pasado,
Within the
hemos
Mercosur,
incorporado
at
en
the end
la
of the last
agenda
year, we
el tratamiento
added to
sistematizado
the list
de la
the
cuestión de las
systematic
infraestructuras
treatment
a
of
efectos de
infrastructure
una coordinación
in order to have better
de los
coordination
esfuerzos
of the
que
efforts
estamos haciendo
that we are
individualmente y que
individually
podemos hacer colectivamente
performing and that
en
we
el
can also
marco
do as
de
a group
nuestra integración
for
regional.
regional
Los objetivos de
integration.
esta reunión
The objectives of this
pasan
meeting
directamente por una necesidad de
show
Paraguay
the need of
que
Paraguay
significa la
that
diversificación de
shows the
su
diversification
productividad.
of its
Paraguay
productivity.
es muy dependiente
Paraguay is really
de
dependent on
volúmenes
the
importantes de
big
productos
volumes of
que tienen su
products
costo
that
al ser
have their
transportados,
costs of transportation
que tienen su tratamiento al
and
operar
that
en los
have their
transbordos
treatment
en
when
los
they need
puertos
to
de ultramar.
change ports in
Eh,
different seaports.
Un mundo que ha cambiado
A world that
con la
has changed
pandemia,
with pandemic,
con lo que se vino
with
luego, un
everything that
mundo
came
que hoy
after,
está más basado
a world that in the
en la
past was
temática de los
based on
servicios,
the
en la temática del
services
comercio electrónico,
and,
de ahí
and
que
rather than
mucho
e-commerce.
tiempo que hemos dedicado al comercio de
And
bienes,
all
hoy
the time
se
we put
impone
into
actualizar nuestra
trading
agenda,
of goods, and now
atendiendo
we
las
have to update
realidades,
our agendas,
atendiendo las nuevas tendencias
minding
del
the
comercio
realities and
y
the
de la
reality
economía
of
mundial.
commerce
Desafíos,
and trading in
digo,
general in a world level.
es muy fácil enumerar en los planes de
Challenges, it is
acción
easy
qué cosas hacer.
to list.
Lo
It is easy
importante
to list
ver
what we need to
cómo
do. But the
financiar,
important
en qué marco
part is
organizar,
to
qué
see how we
herramientas
find funds for
utilizar,
this, what
que a
tools we will
veces
use.
es el problema para
And
llegar
that sometimes is a problem
del
to
plan
go from
a
the
la acción.
plan to
Hay
action.
que, entendemos,
And
repito, de que la
we
integración
understand that
regional,
regional
entendemos
integration
de que el tratamiento conjunto
and joint
son, sin lugar
treatment
a dudas, las mejores vías
are
para atender
the best options that we have
estas marcadas
to
necesidades de nuestras
and
economías
to respond to
carentes
this
de litoral.
needs
Creo
that we
que
have as
ocupamos
an
mi tiempo.
LLDC.
Señor
I
moderador,
think I
con
used all of my
esta
time
presentación un poco dispersa,
with this
pero
kind of a
que
general presentation,
tiene el sentimiento,
but it includes the
de todo
spirit
paraguayo
of
de
all the
ser un nudo de
Paraguayans of being
interconexión y poder llegar a los mercados internacionales
interconnection
de forma
hub
competitiva.
and be
Muchísimas
competitive. Thank you very much.
Agradezco al embajador Guillermo Olmedo
I
por su presentación.
thank the Ambassador
Interesante,
Melo for
dejó
his
claro
presentation. It was very
la
interesting.
importancia del
It was very
posicionamiento
clear the
geográfico
importance
de
of the
Paraguay,
geographic
la
location of
necesidad de la
Paraguay and the
diversificación
need
y
of
productividad y
diversification of
finalmente
its
la
productivity.
importancia
Thus,
de tener
the
presencia en el
importance
comercio
of
internacional.
having a
Y bueno,
presence
creo que
in
eso
international
muestra un poco también
commerce,
la
and this
perspectiva
shows
de
as well
Paraguay
the
como
perspective
país
of
en
Paraguay
este
as a
esquema
country
internacional.
in this
Muy bien,
international
voy a dar la palabra ahora al
context.
señor João Carlos
Now I'm going to
Parkinson de
pass
Castro,
the
del
floor
Ministerio de
to
Transportes de Brasil.
Mr. Carlos Parkinson from the
João.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. João? Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here again in Paraguay. It's a friend country that I have in my heart, and obviously to talk not about a vision or an answer, but something that is very concrete, that we have progressed a lot on. That is the corridor, the Bioceanic corridor. With the slides that I prepared and the information that I brought, are analysis about the impact in the economic, social, and community and political areas. I will try to answer how can we support to landlocked developing countries when it comes to structural transformation, and in that way to offer to the population better conditions. My whole analysis will come from a concrete experience, which is the development of the Bioceanic Corridor. The way I see it, this project will transform Paraguay in a very deep level. We can say that in a few years, Paraguay will be one, and then Paraguay will be something else after the corridor, due to the impact that it will produce. The first comment that I will do when it comes to building corridors, and I will share this experience with other countries that are isolated geographically, that will be the transportation in a wider way, not just moving cargo, but or exportation and importation, but actually see it as a development platform. We have a more systemic view, a deeper view, in which we go beyond the physical infrastructure. We incorporate the communities, the population, and their needs, productive potential. And the comment on that part will be a holistic view of the infrastructure project, and to consider the impact of this infrastructure in the territory and in the communities that live nearby. How can we evolve from an economic corridor to a development corridor? And this is the main topic that I will go deeper into in the following slides. But to create partnerships, create agricultural and industrial and manufacturing groups, to create new international markets, to integrate the supply and production chain, to promote tourism, cultural exchange, to strengthen the regional identity, and also the institutional development of the countries involved. We will go deeper now in the objectives that I just mentioned, with a quick analysis about the economical and social and community and political impacts of a corridor. Let's start with the economical impact. In the case of the Bioceanic corridor, obviously we have the main objective, which is reduce the time we can reach a Chilean port with our cargo in 2 days, leaving from Campo Grande, and arriving to a Chilean port can provide us a direct transportation of shipment services for the biggest markets. There is a reduction in the logistic costs, and that will depend on the product and the way of transportation. But obviously, we are there with a average of 12% and a big impact here in Paraguay. The meta-net, when it comes to the logistic decrease of cost, we see it as 70%. We will reduce the time tremendously with the bridge. It takes me 2 hours, 15 minutes to reach Loma Plata, and today, to go there, I will have to go from Punta Porá, from Asunción, go up to the Chaco. So the reduction of time and the boost for the tourism will be big. This will take us to logistic system integration.
Tuvimos que ver la reducción de los
We had
tiempos,
to
no
see the
únicamente
time
desde el punto de vista del
decrease
transporte de
not
carga,
only for the
pero
cargo
también
shipment,
en la
but
mejora de la
also in
gestión
the
de los
improvement
stocks.
of the
Y
stock management
obviamente el costo de
and
almacenamiento
the
que se
cost
reduce tremendamente.
of
Entonces,
storing
eso, una logística más
or
moderna,
the
más
stock. So
eficiente, más
modern, more
integrada
efficient, more
de los
integrated
nodos
logistics
logísticos nacionales
in the
nos va a
national level
permitir,
will allow
obviamente,
us
también avanzar con
to
programas de integración
advance
productiva
with
existentes.
productive integration now
Estamos ahí promoviendo una
at regional
logística
level.
regional que será
We are
transnacional y
promoting a
multimodal, porque
transnational and multimodal type of
Paraguay,
integration
yo he dicho varias
because
veces, con el
Paraguay,
corredor
as said
vas
many
a tener
times,
una
with the
logística
corridor
del
will have
Pacífico,
a
una logística
logistic
del
for
Atlántico,
the
que
Pacific
sería
and
una
for
logística
the
multimodal,
Atlantic,
porque
which is a
estaríamos
multimodal,
utilizando el modo
because
de
we will
transporte
using
aerodiario, también interdiario, para no pensar
the
futuramente
land
si lo deseamos
transportation,
en Brasil, el ferroviario.
and
Ah,
in the future maybe
Entonces,
rail
ahí
ways
vamos
as well
obviamente a hacer
from Brazil.
inversiones,
We
estamos
will
con discusión profunda con
do
el
some
gobierno
investments.
paraguayo
We are
para
dialoguing
construir
with the
almacenes
Paraguayan
en
government
el
to build
Chaco,
some warehouse in the Chaco
mejorar la
to
conectividad
improve the
entre el norte
connectivity between
de
the north
Paraguay
of
con Mato Grosso
Paraguay
del Sur.
with
Hay
Mato
una gran
Grosso do Sul in
demanda
Brazil.
en
There
Mato
is a
Grosso del Sur
huge
por puertos
demand
secos.
to have
Construcción de nuevos
land
terminales
dry
fluviales en
border.
la hidrovía Paraguay-Paraná,
So
que
the
va de
waterway from
ahora
Paraguay
Brasil,
Paraná
le puedo
is
anunciar,
working
Brasil
in
va a
Brazil.
venir fuerte en la hidrovía
Will be
Paraguay-Paraná
using it
con
very strongly
aumento de las
with the
exportaciones
increase
por
of
vía fluvial
exportations
de granos, sobre todo de minerio.
with the mining industry specifically.
También, obviamente, es
We
un
will
primer
also
impacto
have
también
a first
importante,
impact
y
that is
comparto una
important,
experiencia de
and I will
Brasil.
share
Ahora,
the
en toda
Brazil
obra
experience.
de
Every
infraestructura en Brasil
infrastructure
hay la
work in Brazil
obligatoriedad
has
de se implantar la
the
fibra óptica. Entonces, vamos
mandatory
a romper
request of
con lo
having
que
the
llamamos
optic
de
fiber.
espacios de silencio,
So we're gonna have
con mejor
silence space,
conectividad,
which means a
llevando
better
fibra
connectivity,
óptica al
bringing
interior del
optical
Chaco para
fiber
permitir el
to the
monitoreo de
Chaco
carga y no
to do
únicamente
the
dependamos
cargo
de un
monitoring
monitoreo satelital.
and not just depending on
Mejore los servicios de
satellites. It will
comunicaciones.
improve the communication
Obviamente
services.
con eso vamos
Obviously,
a
with
reducir
that,
el
we will
retraso
reduce
económico,
the
romper el
economic
aislamiento
delay
territorial,
and the
baja,
isolation of the
cambiar a la
territory.
gestión de la calidad de la señal de
The,
internet
the
y
sign,
ofrecer
the
servicios
signal of the
profesionales
internet will change. It
a
will
los
be
operadores
very
comerciales.
better.
Vamos también a, claro, con el corredor pasa algo
With the
interesante,
corridor, something
que
interesting is happening.
países que tenían
Countries that
políticas
used to
nacionales
have
económicas
national economical
autónomas
policies
propias,
that were
cuando
autonomous
están en el
or just
corredor,
that
pasan
belong to
a
them.
defender
Now that they
intereses
have the
colectivos
corridor,
comunes, o sea,
they have to
mantener la
defend
competitividad,
common interests.
mantener
That
las
is to keep
condiciones
the
que permitieron que ese corredor
competitiveness
ofreciera
and the conditions that
mejores costos y
this
mejor
corridor
tiempo.
has,
Entonces,
which
son,
is
hay
better time, better
intereses
cost. So there are
comunes que
common
se
interests
juntan,
that
que
get
se suman,
together,
digamos
that
así, y que
add,
sobre todo
get
acercan
added
los
together
territorios. Ahí es
and
un
get
tema
the territories
importante
closer. And that's
si me
an
permite alguna
important
crítica
issue.
un
And
poco
I
al
have
Mercosur, en el
critics
sentido de
with the
que
towards the
vamos a
Mercosur.
rescatar algo que se
We're
perdió
going
a
to
lo largo
rescue something that was
últimos
lost
años,
in the
que
last
fue
few years, which is
fortalecer las
to
relaciones
strengthen the
entre los
relationships
entes
among
subnacionales.
the subnational
Mercosur tiene una
bodies. The
experiencia
Mercosur has
exitosa,
a
pero
successful
muy
experience,
marcada
but
por
is
relaciones
very
intergubernamentales.
affected by
Con el corredor yo trabajo directamente
intergovernmental
con los
policies.
territorios,
But with the
directamente con las
corridor, I work
autoridades
directly with the
locales,
local
con los
authorities,
empresarios
with
locales,
the
y busco
business
soluciones para las comunidades que ahí
people
viven,
that are local,
ansean por
and
mejores
I
condiciones de
see
vida
what they
para el
need, which is better conditions
Entonces,
of life for the future.
estamos ampliando
So
el
we
espacio
are
institucional para
expanding
una
the
cooperación
institutional space
mucho
for
más
a
coordinada,
cooperation that will
estrecha
be
y
more
localizada.
coordinated
O sea,
and more
traemos para las políticas públicas el
personalized.
desarrollo
We
local,
bring
algo que se
to
perdió
the
un poco
public policies
en los últimos años. Y
development
ahí
of the region,
apoyamos también la
and we are
formación de
also
redes
supporting
empresariales a
the
través de
creation of
clusters. Y mismo,
clusters and
interesante,
networks for business
siempre
and
recordar
companies,
que el
and it's
corredor
important to
ferroviario
remember
bioceánico
that the
tiene en su
Bioceanic
gobernanza
Corridor
una
has
mesa
their
que
own governance. There
que
is
fue
a
creada
table
que
that was
une
created
las universidades.
that
Creamos
also
una red
brings the
universitaria.
universities. We have a
O sea,
university network,
trabajamos
the
con las
academia.
autoridades
So we
locales
work with the local
especializadas,
authorities
sectoriales, pero también
but also with the academy. So we have scientific and studies and other type of contributions that the universities can very well offer. And then we have social impact. We will generate new employment, and something that is very important, which is to keep the young people in their territory, because something that I see is the loss of talent and the desire of the young people to leave their origins and look for new employment and better levels of salaries in other urban areas. So with the corridor, we will offer opportunities for the young people, the local young people can develop their potentials and participate actively of the productive development. This will also involve in schools, universities, in order to offer knowledge and training to the labor force. There will be training for the industrial class and productive integration. The productive integration we try to do with the Mercosur with some success, but the logistic and the lack of coordination among the producers and a lack of governance, a better governance, limited for us to have today better examples of productive integration. But with the bioceanic corridor and with the Maquila model, I hope that the Chaco will become not only a bigger producer of grain, but also they can start a development process of an industrial base that will facilitate the integration of the economies in a regional level and also offer more employment at better quality as well.
Now we will also
del corredor promover
mejor
y más intensas relaciones entre las
between
locales.
local governance. That's very important. And a couple of examples, we recently had in Asunción for the meeting with the future. We had the governor of Mato Grosso do Sul. We received the governor from the Chaco area as well, Campo Grande, that for the first time opened a commercial desk in Campo Grande, remembering that Chile is, these are signals that the relationship, the subnational relationships and contacts between local alliances intensify when we open this new corridor. Of course, we will also have to approach the negative impacts. I would like to bring attention to the more vulnerable groups. There's security issues, safety issues, and in next meetings of this corridor, we will begin creating add 2 months to the additional 2 months to the 5 we already have. We'll talk about in a more coordinated fashion and advance with actions, specific actions, community impact. Obviously, will promote local gastronomic enterprises. There will be more investments in hotels. There will be a diversification of touristic products. We will also have a work market that will demand more specialized labor. Isolated regions usually have issues with this. This is the case of the Chaco. There are large territories. In the case of territory, but only holds 2% of the population. So the volume of labor available is low, and the quality of the labor is very low as well. And that's a challenge that we will have to confront. And of course, This will be done through teaching school teaching and university teaching, improving education. Universities will give more specialized courses. This will be interesting as well. We have already seen this been done in Mato Grosso do Sul. There's a multicultural education going on. In the corridors, not only do we have corridors are not only physical, they're also cultural. As a result of this, in Mato Grosso do Sul, there's an interest to teach Spanish. That is, we already have. I remember a friend from El Salvador mentioned this. He speaks Guarani. He has been here many times presenting in Guarani. So multiculturalism is also something that is advancing with the physical integration. Well, let's move on. Political impact. And this is interesting because this truly, the moment the bioceanic corridors go through territories, by doing this, we're giving support, giving political space for local authorities. So what we will see is an increase of administrative and political autonomy in these places and a strengthening of the decentralization of politics. This is an interesting impact because you're not only breaking physical barriers, but you're also breaking down political barriers. And subnational entities will become political actors that are more stronger and that play a more important role in the national political scenario. Of course, there is resistance to this that is natural. The big national political centers and institutions, large institutions, do not accept the unavoidable administrative political decentralization. That is natural that they resist. That is part of a process, but the way forward is unavoidable, it's irreversible, and we are advancing there. We will be advancing towards decentralization, administratively and politically. Other subject is that political autonomy will create conflict of interest between economic groups that are dominant, that are located in the large cities, urban centers, where the commercial opportunities are more developed, and what I call local economic forces. So there's an issue here in Paraguay. This is unavoidable. The use of trains for road trains for transportation of cargo in large volumes to serve the expanded agricultural production that will come to be in Chaco. This is not a minor subject, and obviously we have to limiting these road trains will be limited to the bioceanic corridor roads, and this will allow national transporters to move cargo to the north or south to other destinations, but the by trains will have to go to the hydro highway to the rivers, and they will expand agricultural production in Chaco. Investments that have already been done, this will bring about a new national logistics service, and this is what is going on in Brazil. There's a conflict between the corridor and southwest of Paraguay. We have always seen how the state's capacity in Brazil to offer an alternative to those businessmen and those producers that are far further away from the Atlantic coast, and therefore they are forced to transport their cargo by land, which means that the trans- the logistical costs are higher for these producers. Obviously, this detracts from the product's competitivity. Business must not be looked as competition or risk. It must be viewed as opportunities, commercial opportunities, and logistical opportunities that are legitimate and aim towards a higher competitivity for the national economy in the national economy, and to also integrate local communities that were always isolated due to geography, and we can now offer these communities better opportunities, a better quality of life, better work, and a higher income. So I will now end telling you that the bioceanic corridor is not only a something that will profoundly change the Paraguay, but will also the region of South America, because it will impact Chile, it will impact the north of Argentina, as it is already impacting the center of Brazil. And I'm here to answer any of your questions if you like to ask me.
Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Joao Carlos Parkinson for his presentation. It was very interesting. He emphasized the challenges that will come with the bioceanic corridor at a economic and cultural and social level. Now I give the word to Mr. Sergio Abreu. He's the Secretary General of the Latin American Integration Association, ALARI. Good morning, Sergio. Thank you. I would like to apologize first for coming late because of the transportation. Sometimes um, um, I'm trying to recover my sleep too. I would like to thank the everyone for the possibility to participate in these topics that are very important. I believe I brought something that is written, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a group therapy with you. Why a group therapy? Because between papers, presentations, bureaucracy, speeches, promises, words, technical words, hugs, time passes by and things are not done. It's 25 years. Martin Garcia, it's been 25 years that we're in Argentina trying to obtain efficiency and an adequate efficiency of the Panama-Paraguay waterway. We're trying to bring benefits. This is not a criticism; it's a reference of the lack of efficiency, of the lack of political will, of the lack to comply with all the topics, and also because the public policies and the strategic projects that today are very, very demanding, they need to be above the particular interests. To have a permit, you know, Mr. Parkinson knows what I'm talking about here. And as you all know, a Mercosur ambassador, director of Mercosur, you all know what we're talking about. We're talking about something that's taking us to irrelevance in the world of production, of social inclusion, and we're the most unequal continent in the world, and we're turning around all of the projects, and we don't have this necessary speed or the political will, the concrete political will, that this is a reality. We're not even capable to approach asymmetries. Leadership of big countries that need to assume costs worldwide. I'm going to say the world, and also in the region, the leaders need to conduct their costs and pay their costs. It's I these things Jose Musica said in a letter to Lula. These things are constructed. They are worked upon. It's 25 years that we're still with compromises, that there's something wrong here. And with the advances in these topics, these countries are landlocked. Oh, poor countries. They are very poor. It's unfortunate for them. They lack their own production. The big economies, all of them, need to have the capability to 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 grant things. This is not a criticism; it's a reality. And so, if we have in these topics in infrastructure, it's very interesting. All of the infrastructure system, logistic transportation, multimodal, the bioceanic corridors, and the greatest deficit in America and the region is infrastructure. And infrastructure is very costly, it's bureaucratic, it's obsolete, and there's no political will to impose the rhythms that the world is demanding for us. Why do I say this? Because when you talk to me, I'm going to say it very positively. I'm not claiming or reclaiming here. I'm reflecting. That's why it's a therapy. We do all of this, and we have bureaucratic from the international organizations that compete to do the same things, and there's no defined political will that to lead the way where to go to. Why do I say this? Because the infrastructure today is very important. It's going to do the difference of competitiveness in the world, of competitiveness, not only for production. And that competitiveness will lessen the costs. So when we talk about our integration feelings, we know that including in order to reach an international organization meeting, the diplomatics go to those meetings. They need to have 7 to 8 hours at customs. Imagine the trucks that have to cross the borders. Can customs be greater than government? Can bureaucracy have more rights than the political will? And when one sees all the progress, digital progress, when we see Europe, when we try to invite them here because of the goods, services, people, and we wanted to have a supranational model, we were aware that everything was intergovernmental, and we're not going to leap here because the exchange rates between the countries, we need to be aware that we need to fix that we need to see that devaluation of other countries don't affect us. So what do I want to say with this? This topic is very important. History speaks. The history of the waterway speaks. Paraguay talks about the Paraná River, the Paraguay River. Argentina Argentina speaks about the same rivers. Mato Grosso do Sul, it has interest in this topic. They have to look for internal topics in Brazil as well, between the land transportation they have, which is more costly, and other alternate transportations that use the riverways. Today, Nova Palmira, the port, the final port of the Paraguay waterway, moves more iron than what metal that is exported from Brazil. And what happens there? It's the companies that have the efforts. It's not the government. And it's true that when the cellulose, the pulp manufacturing company was installed, there were things that were needed to be treated in the Mercosur. So why am I saying this? If there's no judicial security, there's not a concrete route to follow, there's no political will, we're going to be late. And who arrives late today doesn't arrive. In Orladi, we're seeing the digital ports, the progress of the digital ports, and in very little time, all of these waterways, they're going to have demands. They're going to have methods to equilibrate, to have an equilibrium to balance. So as they are vertically integrated, the transportation companies of the sea maritime companies and multimodal companies with the ports, now you can calculate how much time a truck can take from one port to wait for the load. And when it's digitally organized, it's better. So I remember a phrase: a ship that's staying in a port doesn't arrive, like my grandfather said. The topic here is competitiveness, and that competitiveness are costs that the integrated vertically companies need to say where their strategies will be oriented. What is the variable that is adjustable here? The medium and small companies. Because it's important, the social development is so important. It translates to goods and services. And the bunch of social elements are the central challenge. When one says, we do the conference, the developed countries conference, for example, okay, we'll seek that the governments take decisions, that they understand the companies. I know companies that before working with the Paraguay waterway, they negotiate with syndicates. Is that coherent? Is there coherence there? And I'm talking about other topics that are more complex even. Because today, being honest is a virtue. We've discovered that non-corruption is a virtue. At least you need to be efficient, transparent, and authentic. I say this with my absolute commitment, and you who know me know that a grandson from Brazilian and Argentinian, and I have multi-nationalities. So I have a accumulated certificate of origin so that I can cross borders easily, because the most important elements in these is to facilitate trade. The digital certificate, the certificate of origin that is digital, non-bureaucracy, the single windows, everything that does competitiveness. And this is very important. I take this meeting as a challenge for the political will of all the countries, of all of them. Our problem today is that the strategic thinking is the victim of the electoral decisions. And each time there's a government, you need to change your strategies. And if we don't have the continuity of the strategies, when we make the integration based on the ideology of the government, if one way or another, the human rights are all the same. When we do this, we delay the countries more. We do it worse because orientation has to be adequate. I do this with an absolute certainty. But the political will, the investment, public and private, is key because not all of the governments can have this. The cooperation is from all of you and the joint work from all of you. As Casca said, after each revolution, there's a big bureaucracy. Okay, so my revolution is that there's something that's sufficient without more criticisms that we need to do for ourselves. But the political will, as I said in soccer, is essential. We need to advance sufficiently so that when everything is signed for the new projects can have the speed, but who leads in the concept of asymmetry needs to pay costs. And the costs are in the framework of solidarity of all. I'm talking about all. But in this particular case, we're committed with the development of countries that are landlocked. They have 20% less of development. I say this because it's kind of tough. It's not very diplomatic what I'm saying. But sometimes anesthesia works. I believe in this. I believe in progressing, in coordinate, to have statistics up to date. That if we don't have to debate every day, if we put a fee toll, if we put customs, or what do? We don't talk about the people or the populations because those are that most suffer. Is the lack of political will is the major issue here. Okay, I give thanks to Mr. Sergio Preu for his exposition. I will give the word now to Mr. Dulgum Damdin Odd, International Think Tank for Landlocked Developing Countries.
First of all, I'd like to join with my fellow speakers to express my gratitude to the government of Paraguay, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and United Nations Office of High Representative for this successful organization of this important event. Yes, the connectivity of the LLDCs is a question of the infrastructure development, and which is the one of the priority of the Vienna program of action for LLDCs, which covers also the ICT development and energy development, and of course the crucial, most important thing is the hard infrastructure of highways and railways. So this infrastructure development is obviously requires high investments. Yeah, the first my point is ICT development, of course, which is also very much important in terms of connectivity and also in terms of trade development. So in terms of mobile cellular subscriptions, the International Telecommunication Union reported that 81% of the population in LLDCs use mobile phones, but compared to globally, it's lower than this. Global average is 108, and in developed countries, it's 125. In terms of internet usage in LLDCs stands 36% of the individual, where the global average is 66. But in Paraguay, it's 75% of population has internet use, and in Bolivia, it's 40%. So therefore, we recommend including this following initiatives in the next development program of LLDCs is that accelerate investment in ICT infrastructure networks and connectivity and in digital technologies and applications, and of course conduct the research and policy analysis on the regulatory frameworks, policies, and programs on digital transforming trends and the consequences. Of course, important also is strengthen the data systems, privacy, security, protection, and cybersecurity, and data resource management. Also, in this regard, all the landlocked developing countries also can be a data center and hub in terms of connectivity and also it's enhanced digital literacy and capacity building skills in various sectors, including this disaster risk reduction and small medium enterprises, financial services, etc. So the next is energy sector, and landlocked developing countries should ramp up regional cooperation in order to exploit existing opportunities for cross-border bilateral renewable electricity trade with the neighboring countries and through regional electricity markets. These kinds of initiatives would help to reduce carbon emissions intra-regionally, but also to build up resilience in energy markets. By strengthening regional infrastructure and cooperation, LLDCs help to accelerate the global transition away from carbon-heavy energy, but also promote resiliency against power outages and natural disasters. Regional cooperation in the fields of energy can also serve as a stepping stone for further cooperation in pursuit of sustainable development goals and Vienna program action. So to address these challenges to harness the potential of renewable energy in LLDCs, we recommend to increase investment in support for renewable energy initiatives. This will not only contribute to community resilience, but also help achieve national development and climate action targets in LLDCs. Integrate policies that enable flexible deployment of resources, ensure sustainable system reliability. This will facilitate the efficient and effective utilization of renewable energy resources. Of course, also fostering a public-private partnership is important to mobilize resources and expertise in the renewable energy sector. Collaborative efforts between governments and private entities can accelerate the transition towards cleaner and more sustainable energy system, exploit existing opportunities for cross-border bilateral renewable electricity trade with the neighboring countries is essential. Yeah. So the next is trade. Landlocked developing countries face many unique vulnerabilities in the field of global trade, as many export raw materials and commodities and not engaging in high value-added exports. By tapping into regional value chain networks, landlocked developing countries have unique opportunity to improve this vulnerability. Such initiatives would open landlocked developing countries to new export opportunities, facilitate the creation of new markets, and help develop further economic complexity. Increased transit mobility is also vital to increasing participation in regional value chains, increase transit mobility, but also facilitate greater access to global markets. Landlocked countries need to engage in further constructive dialogue with the neighboring transit countries, particularly in harmonized regulations and procedures and customs standards to reduce transit time and costs. In this terms, to address these challenges, we recommend this increased support from the international community and the developing partners in implementing WTO's trade facilitation agreement to simplify, modernize, and harmonize export and import processes, enhance connectivity through digitalization of border processes, improved trade facilitation agreement implementation, and targeted aid for trade support. Concerted action by LLDCs to join international trade systems, engaging in trade agreements and strengthening regional and global trade relationships. And in this regard, international think tank collaborating with the United Nations Institute for Training and Research and to organize training projects for diplomats of the LLDCs, especially based in Geneva, and organize a training on trade facilitation and trade negotiations, etc. So constructive cooperation with the transit countries to ensure early and effective implementation of the trade facilitation measures, and involvement of the private sector also important to raising funds and improving supply chain logistics. Implement multidimensional approaches that include policies and measures aimed at economic restructuring, development of productive capacities, export-led growth, and diversification of higher value added activities and destinations for imports and exports. In terms of transport, again, it's the hard infrastructure is still important, and totally 200,000 kilometers highway and 48,000 kilometers of railway need to be built. Overall the LLDCs, and overall 500 billion US dollars are required as an investment. So in terms of transportation, I would like to highlight the 3 points. First is this development of air transportation. LLDCs should focus on developing and improving their air transport infrastructure to facilitate the connectivity and enhance trade opportunities. LLDCs already started approaching the International Civil Aviation Organization to seek support, such as requesting selected governments to allocate airport slots to LLDC airlines, fostering air connectivity. And international think tank also collaborating with
ICAO and conduct, in terms of conducting market analysis and engaging with the relevant stakeholders, and analyze specific markets and approach airlines and governments in countries of interest to promote the trade and transportation opportunities. So this benefits of the air transportation is that LLDCs can trade with high value, low bulk products, which can be transported through the airways. LLDC can focus on trading these high value products that requires less physical transportation and reducing logistical challenges. The second point is this my previous speakers highlighted this corridors, importance of the corridors and the strategic location of the Paraguay is also very important for this corridor initiatives. And supporting this corridor initiatives, establishing the dry port is also very good logistical support for the corridors, and it can be especially Paraguay is located in the center of the continent. It can be it can play as a hub of the continent. And for example, I would like to mention two good examples of the dry ports performance and the establishment in Kazakhstan. Central Asian Horgos dry port of Kazakhstan is very playing a very crucial role in the sub-region. And in Southeast Asia also, the Tanah Leng dry port of the Lao PDR is also very important, playing important role in the Southeast Asia in connecting all the neighboring countries in terms of corridors and logistics services. So third point is that exactly a month ago, the International Think Tank, in collaboration with the International Trade Center and United Nations Office of High Representatives, organized this LLDC session during the World Export Development Forum in Mongolia. And at the LLDC sessions, we picked up also very interesting initiative and idea that to establish this infrastructure development fund specifically for the landlocked developing countries, like a technological bank for least developed countries. So this fund could be also a very good source for funding the specific infrastructure projects of LLDCs. So to final, my point is that climate change. Of course, overall, the climate change situation in the LLDCs poses significant challenges, but there are also opportunities for adaptation and mitigation. However, LLDCs face barriers in accessing and funding and technology transfer to support their efforts and highlighting the need for international cooperation and support. For example, in terms of Paraguay, a high dependence on agriculture industry is leaving Paraguay vulnerable to climate change and weather patterns. As we all know, this heat waves and droughts is very negative obstacles for the development of agriculture sector of the Paraguay and Bolivia also. So in this terms, International Think Tank addresses some and sees opportunities following recommendations that establish the robust institutional frameworks to LLDC should strengthen their institutional capacity to effectively address climate change and access climate change financing. For example, carbon credit is also very promising the source for the financing in terms of green development and tackle the climate change. And of course, promote sustainable land management is important for LLDCs, should encourage the sustainable land use practices such as agroforestry, conservation agriculture, and sustainable forest management. And enhance climate resilience measures. LLDCs should invest in climate resilience measures that address their specific vulnerabilities. This includes improving water management systems, promoting drought-resistant crops, and implementing early warning systems for natural disasters. Of course, the foster regional cooperation is important, and actively engage in collaborative initiatives with the neighboring countries to address common climate challenges. This can involve sharing best practices and exchanging knowledge and expertise, and jointly implementing infrastructure projects aimed at mitigating the adverse impacts of climate change. So by implementing these recommendations, LLDCs can enhance their resilience to climate change, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and contribute to global climate action. International support, cooperation, and investment are pivotal in helping LLDCs to overcome barriers and unlock their potential for sustainable development and in the face of climate change. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you.
Thanks for this quite interesting contribution, Mr. Dugun Damdin Old. Voy a darle ahora la palabra al señor Juan José Martínez, jefe de la Oficina de Nueva York, Conferencia de las Naciones Unidas sobre Comercio y Desarrollo, UNCTAD.
Muchas gracias, moderador. Quisiera enfocar mi presentación en dos mensajes principales, y uno de ellos es particularmente que las TIC y la conectividad, lograr mayor conectividad, son clave, pero no son remotamente suficientes para lograr los objetivos de desarrollo que están planteados. El segundo mensaje se refiere a un concepto que hemos estado tratando de avanzar desde la UNCTAD, que se trata de pensar en las capacidades productivas para la transformación estructural desde un punto de vista integrado y holístico, viendo todas esas capacidades productivas como un único componente compuesto por todas ellas y no de forma fragmentada. A lo largo de la presentación les daré algunas recomendaciones específicas para considerar en el reporte de la reunión y en el sucesor del programa de Viena. Sabemos que las TIC tienen una importancia creciente en el desarrollo, no solo por el uso mismo que se le da a las TIC en los procedimientos, en los mecanismos en los que se usan, pero más importante aún por el hecho de que son los mismos aparatos que son usados, los teléfonos móviles, las computadoras, las tabletas, que permiten la transmisión de datos y que crean esa información que alimenta las políticas. Varios panelistas han hablado de la presentación de los teléfonos móviles en los diferentes sectores. ¿Me permite el clicker para pasarla? Sí, por favor, gracias. Varios panelistas, precisamente ayer, recuerdo, hablaron de la penetración de teléfonos móviles en diferentes sectores, y entiendo que mi colega de la CEPAL también me entró un poco más detalles en ese tema. Pero efectivamente vemos que la tendencia y en muchos países en desarrollo es el salto adelante o el leapfrogging, como le llaman en inglés, donde precisamente en lugar de haber un crecimiento alto en las suscripciones de banda ancha, por lo menos como se ve en el caso de los PMAs, hay un crecimiento relativamente pequeño de las suscripciones de banda ancha que no previene un crecimiento muy alto en el porcentaje de individuos que usan el Internet. Entonces ahí vemos, por ejemplo, cómo, por lo menos en los PMA, habiendo pasado las suscripciones de banda ancha solo de 1.1, 1.6 por 100 habitantes, salta de 20 a 36% la cantidad de individuos que están usando el Internet. Y de hecho, el crecimiento en los PMA ha sido el crecimiento más alto que hasta al 2022, básicamente han atrapado el progreso de los países en desarrollo sin litoral en esta área. Y precisamente vemos eso, que la banda ancha móvil, las suscripciones de teléfonos móviles, han sustituido precisamente y han sido usados principalmente para la transmisión de datos y voz. Estos son, según los datos que tenemos de la UIT, de la Unión Internacional de Telecomunicaciones. Sin embargo, en UNTAD hablamos de brechas digitales, y en plural brechas digitales, porque por un lado tenemos la brecha de la conectividad y el uso del Internet, pero por el otro existen otras brechas que se tratan principalmente de la capacidad de extraer el beneficio económico en el uso de las TICs y de los datos que ellas generan. Por ejemplo, si vemos a los 32 países en desarrollo sin litoral, de por sí ya tienen un porcentaje muy pequeño del comercio mundial de mercancías. Creo que está por debajo del 1%. Pero tampoco vemos, a pesar de ver un potencial, tampoco vemos un desarrollo de los servicios entregables digitalmente. Son servicios que a través de el desarrollo de tecnologías se pueden proveer a través de fronteras, a través de medios digitales. Y aquí hablamos por lo menos de servicios profesionales como mercadeo, consultoría, y cada vez más servicios nuevos que están entrando como la programación, por ejemplo, que es un servicio que perfectamente se puede entregar digitalmente. Y estos servicios entregables digitalmente en los países en desarrollo sin litoral, el porcentaje de estos servicios comparado con los servicios totales disminuyó de 10% entre el 2005 y el 2018. O sea que precisamente no hay un desarrollo de esta área que permita por lo menos lograr utilizar estas tecnologías para el crecimiento económico y para el desarrollo. Para comparar, los países en desarrollo en su conjunto tuvieron un crecimiento de 30% en ese mismo periodo. Por lo tanto, claro, lo que vemos es que las TIC y la conectividad son solo un medio, son una forma de lograr algo, pero la única forma de que logren ese objetivo es que sean acompañadas de lo que le llamamos políticas de preparación digital, que es lo que permite maximizar ese beneficio. En la UNTAD hemos estado apoyando a los países en desarrollo con este tema a través de dos productos principalmente. Uno es un producto que le llamamos el E-Trade Readiness Assessment, o la evaluación de preparación al comercio electrónico, y esto forma parte de una iniciativa más amplia, que es la iniciativa de comercio electrónico para todos, el E-Trade for All Initiative. En estos productos llevamos a cabo una evaluación de políticas, ayudamos a los países en la formulación de estrategias, soluciones de pagos, marcos legales y regulatorios, y entre otros. Una de las recomendaciones que quisiéramos dar es
is that the successor of the Vienna Program of Action can provide a mandate to help the landlocked developing countries in these areas so they can mobilize resources in these sectors specifically. And the digital preparation, the policies for digital preparation are key to have this impact when it comes to development. And we have specific recommendations based on the studies that we have carried out on this type of products. One has to do to increase the access with good prices, because sometimes we do have the infrastructure that connects the main part of the infrastructure but doesn't connect to the final user, especially in the rural areas. And this is what we think can change and provide more access and opportunities. And then to support the cooperations among the public sector when it comes to the ICTs and the rehabilitation of the physical infrastructure. At the same time, is generating development of the e-trade or e-commerce, and then we can have the products. And from the institutional point of view, when we talk about e-commerce and the legislation, each country needs to adopt and review the legislation on e-trade or e-commerce. And at this last, we should include the private sector, and so it provides seals of trust to the private sector. So the final product, as we have seen in the civil society, we have some consumer associations. They are providing a trust seal, so the consumer can know, okay, this business has trust of a specific what a specific entity or body. But this is a bigger level that has to do with the data and governance. This is a discussion that at least in Geneva we have had that has to do with digital economy and e-commerce. Because yesterday we were saying that we lack data, and data are there when you have your smartphone or a tablet. You are providing data. The issue is who has that data and who are getting all the economic benefits of that data. The report on digital economy of the UNCTAD says that 90% of the economical benefits of the data is focused in two countries in the world, and that's, that will have to be reviewed. This takes me to the second point that I wanted to also mention that has to do with an integrated or holistic view of the productive capacity and the structural transformation. And basically, this is born after we became aware that the growth model based on commodities have failed as a structure per se. So from this point of view, the UN's tag that deals with vulnerable countries, small islands, and LLDC have developed the Index of Productivity Capacity. This takes into account 194 economies and covers four areas that are considered ones that are intrinsically linked among themselves and with development. We want to achieve a new type of measure that will allow us to create better policies that will take into account a global development in all these areas and not individually in a fragmented way. Basically, when we develop this index of economy, we realize that it's a clear relationship between the GDP and this index of capabilities or capacities. Currently, the analysis, the second phase that we still have to perform is the analysis of the productive gaps. That is, each country has a certain score in the 8 areas, and each country will have their deficiencies or the weaknesses and the strength, and then we go to each country and we see where are the weakness, and we try to identify them in order to try to develop them. We have done this for Ethiopia, Zambia, and we are still working Zimbabwe, Malawi as well. Even though we haven't done gap productivity analysis for Bolivia and Paraguay, they are being considered for the index of productivity capacity, and they are in a medium range and maybe a little bit over with the rest of the group of landlocked developing countries, which shows us that there is still a lot of to go to move forward. We see that Bolivia is still a little bit lower when it comes to their productive capacity. The next step, as I was mentioning, is the analysis of the productivity capacity gap. This will be the holistic program for productivity. We see where the deficiencies are. We try to develop a program face or address these deficiencies and correct them. Now we're working with Malawi, Mongolia, Ethiopia in this program, and the idea is, since this development program is used to be in for a specific sector in a short term, now it's going to be multi-sectoral and it's going to be integrated. The Doha program take into account the capacity, the productive capacity, and we need to include more references for these insects as we did for the other countries as a successor of the Vienna program. We will continue working on this, creating vulnerabilities profiles that we provide for the development committee that checks the status of these countries. And we see the index of the capacity of productivity to provide a better profile. And the new idea that we want to propose to be considered in the LLDCs is to complement this type of integrated programs as funding mechanisms, so they can have a process from the beginning to the end. We can do analysis of the productive capacity and then develop a program or a fund that can be implemented to be able to cover that gap in productivity. And what many times happens is that some grantors have some priorities and maybe they are not aligned with the country that will benefit. We want to have a global program, so no matter the beneficiary or the donor or the grantor can see themselves or their interest reflected in that global program. Basically, those were the points that I wanted to leave you. And again, thank you to Paraguay for the invitation. And you have also part, at least in the office in New York, in all the negotiations, and for the contribution that comes out of this discussion. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Jose Martinez for his presentation. Now I will give the floor to Michael Larson, specialist in integration of commerce from the BID. Thank you, Juan Manuel. I would like to thank the Paraguayan government for the invitation. I would first like to make clear I am in charge for operations in the Southern Cone and in regard to investments. So I try to be pragmatic and focus on execution. Take theory to turn it into action. So part of what I want to tell you today doesn't have to do much with specific recommendations, but perhaps there will be some examples of advancements, concrete advances that we have seen in the region, specifically focused towards Paraguay, and other examples where in the bank we think we have contributed to support that advancement. I will, since we are short in time, I will talk about diagnostics very quickly. I will tell you about some data about the overcosts of that Mediterranean status that affects Paraguay. Paraguay, as we have heard in these past days, and as well as Bolivia, but above all, Paraguay is the country in South America that presents the highest cost of transportation in its importations, a 9.3% of the total cost. This is above the regional average that's around 6%. What does this mean in concrete terms? Well, Paraguay, when they import from the United States, they have an overcost of 149% regards to the most competitive country in this regard as Colombia. While also when they bring things from Europe, they have overcost of 122% compared to Brazil. Paraguay, on the other hand, working with Peru, are two countries where transportation costs are above the normal tariff. But if we look at this in more detail, it's even more concerning for Paraguay, because Paraguay, in the case of Peru, that tariff is around 1.8%. In Paraguay's case, it's 6.4%. So we see that for Paraguay, it's even more expensive, this overcost, as we call it, that's due to being Mediterranean. But competitivity and exportation do not depend only on these costs, but also there's time involved. Paraguay, to export something, they have 120 hours to reach the border and to get through the border, and this is lower than the top 3 exporters in the region. So the fact that Argentina, Brazil, and Chile are the main export partners of Paraguay, this explains a lot regarding difficulties and costs to import and export products. And why is this important? And I will end with diagnostics here, but I would like to tell you a few things that we are seeing where we're seeing advances. In the back, we evaluated impact, and we saw the impact on exportations and importations in these matters. 10% of the processing time in customs reduces exportations in 3.8%. So regarding importations, an increase in 10% of time on the border reduces importations in 2.4%. Okay, so every additional data is required. I will give you an example I spoke of earlier, Paraguay and the United States. Every day that we need to get to the United States reduces the probability that that market will import the products by 1.5%. That is equivalent to a tariff of 2.3%. So, and I will close diagnostics with this, and I would like to talk about this again later, but all of these delays regarding customs inspections, they reduce and even can make the positive impact of commercial assistance null. And that is obviously something that we have to look at through the results and impact on the matter. I'm sorry my slides were not showing, but the most interesting was already mentioned. As I was saying, we have specific cases. There are some advances, and allow me to focus on infrastructure and road 13 years, and I have been working intensively in the last 6 years, and the impact is seen when you get to the airport, but you also see the impact, the large jump in investments when you drive on the roads of Paraguay, the highways. And there's a big difference between 2015 and 2019. Today, the road network is 80,000 kilometers in length, and as you can see in the slide, there is a concentration in the eastern region of Paraguay, mainly around Asunción, where we have 60% of all highways and roads. Most of them are paved, and as compared to only 40% of paved roads in the rest of the country. So there is obviously an emphasis of strengthening the infrastructure around Asunción. We have already heard in other presentations the importance that soy loads cargo has, and reaching the waterways is also important. And exportation volumes are done 85% by water. But talking about what was mentioned by Mr. Parkinson and Ambassador Olmedo previously in the panel, there is a strong focus in the last years of concentrating on the eastern region of Paraguay more than the Chaco area. But the Chaco area is becoming a key area of the integration between Paraguay and Brazil, Argentina, and Chile. And obviously, the country has tried to respond to this new demand. And I think that they're working on good terms to initiate an investment program. They have tried to complete some highway stretches to join the axis of Campo Grande, Puerto Monteño, Brazil, with the ports in Antofagasta and Iquique in Chile, going through Carmelo Peralta in Paraguay. But there is a third axis that is perhaps not an axis, but I just wanted to include this in my presentation. It has to do with the development in the area of Alto Paraná, specifically on the tri-border area. They need infrastructure in that area. And why do I say that it is important to have that there? We see that over a fourth of recent investments that Paraguay is receiving has to do or come from Brazil. 135 of the last 535 new companies that were created come from Brazilian capital, and many of them are also concentrated in the Alto Paraná region. From the bank's point of view, and here I see that Gilda Reyega came here, Vice Minister of accompanying with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. We see that there's an emphasis in trying to study and better understand this area and understand that if there are specific instruments focused on this area to try to promote exportations and diversify providers and suppliers. And they have also installed an office in the area of Alto Paraná. We are also finishing some studies of productive chains in the area, and we see the need for road infrastructure. But on the other hand, we have seen some regulation adjustments. I will talk a little bit more about that later, but there are also other subjects that we talked about in this panel: border management and commercial relations. Perhaps we can try to make a summary of all of this. I could say trying to look at the glass half full rather than half empty. I would concentrate on three challenges, three advances, and three central challenges that Paraguay has. On the one hand, we have great advancements in the last years regarding logistical policies and integration. The National Logistical Plan of Paraguay for 2030, we have contributed to that. This is a clear example of the work being done. We're building a specific committee to advance in this direction and create a roadmap for this plan. I think that that is a central axis within the framework of policies to push forward these activities. But obviously, there are needs to advance in infrastructure, logistics, and everything that has to do with, as we recently mentioned, the Chaco area, and improve the waterways that, as was commented, is something that is still pending, has for a long time. The second point is to facilitate commerce. We have seen some advances here. We have accompanied the construction and design of the importation web page that's in the MIC. The customs have an importation platform that is efficient. They created SWASE, and recently the Ministry of Industry and Commerce has placed great emphasis on opening accounts that are easier to do. They are creating a portal for investors. This will be a very important instrument, but however, there's still a lot of space to reduce. There's a lot of duplication in efforts. There's a lot of room to harmonize efforts to have a single platform. It's not good. I sometimes joke about this, but the truth is tragical when you think of this. You have to deal with 6 or 7 platforms to do something. That cannot be. There's a lot of room to have better articulation and coordination between institutions, and have exchange of information between all institutions and their platforms. This will reduce costs for foreign commerce, reducing time in transit. Everything has to come in easily. They have to fill out forms only one time online digitally and not have to do multiple visits to different institutions to do the same, to get only one thing done. Paraguay has advanced in this. A lot of these instruments are working, but we still need more organization, and from the bank we're trying to work towards this and support this next stage. And last, in terms of commercial facilities, facilitating commerce, there's a program from the OEA regarding coordinated management of borders, and we have physical infrastructure issues here. We have training issues. These are two subjects that we have been working on very well at the bank, at the Central American region. I don't have a lot to tell you about that. I want to focus on Paraguay, but there is a we want to work in this regard, continue working here. And commercial promotion is the third axis, and perhaps in the forum we didn't discuss this very much, but we think that it's central to accompany all these advances in infrastructure, combine hard issues with soft issues, and the hard issues are having a modern commerce that is efficient. I would like to tell you about the advances we have had in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, the different programs that we have had in the last 10 years. We have seen important advances in exportations with a specific program. It's very small, low budget program, but it has given very interesting results. We have 42 new markets that Paraguay has obtained through this program. Over 135 new exporting companies have been created, and an increase in 30% of exportations. And regarding investments, we can see that you can read about this in the newspapers of Paraguay recently. Perhaps Paraguay does not have a very low percentage. Perhaps Paraguay still has a very low ingress of foreign capital, but there have been improvements in this, and this program has allowed us to increase investments in 3.5 billion. And we have created over 142,000 jobs. We see the impact of these issues in the bank as well, in our commercial relations, and I don't have enough time to talk about all of them, but just to make a short summary, there is a very strong return on investment regarding promoting exportations. This is close to $35 per every dollar invested, and almost $56 for every dollar invested in investment attraction. This is a key issue that Paraguay has to continue working on and improve. There's always room to improve in institutions and being more efficient, and having new instruments, having more modes, more agility, and in regarding acquisitions. And also, we must continue positioning ourselves along with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. We created a country brand for this. We are positioning ourselves internationally. We have worked with international consultant, and we have realized that there's Paraguay is generally unknown outside of the region. People don't know what Paraguay is, what the potential is, so we have been working on that in the past years. And there's a lot of space to continue better positioning the country, as we did last year jointly with the government, with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. We created an investment forum with over 2,000 participants. 400 participants were investors from outside of the country. Over 800 bilateral meetings were held with very good metrics and contributions and commitments to invest in the country. And this facilitates commerce. And there's a fourth axis that I did not include in this slide because we have already dealt with these issues in other presentations that have to do with deepening the architecture of commercial negotiations. But I'm not only talking about free commerce agreements. There's more to advance on. Hopefully, in the end, we will deal with entire Mercosur. There's a lot of investments to be made, and there's a lot of specific agreements that can be made, and dual taxation issues that we're working on with the government to reform the policies. And to close, there are some conclusions or general messages. I think that, as I mentioned before, there is a need to better coordinate all of these 3 or 4 axes that I recently mentioned. You can't work in an uncoordinated manner. We will advance in building the best infrastructure possible, but if you get stuck at the border, if a truck is stopped there, that investment in infrastructure was inefficient. But if, on the other hand, if we do not have coordinated policies for facilitating commerce, above all between systems between countries and all entities related to foreign commerce, there's a big effort being done between countries, as I said, such as the Pacific Alliance, but there's still challenges to advance. We need to exchange food, sanitation certificates, and digital signatures. If we don't advance and we don't follow through with this with a better commercial participation, we will always be left short. Again, I would like to say the best investment in infrastructure, and I was mentioning some of the evaluations of the impact this had at the beginning. Well, these advances can be eliminated or can be made or reduced significantly if we still have the same types of costs at the border. So I would like to finish. I thought it was very interesting what Mr. Abreu said, that time goes by and things don't happen. The General Secretary was saying that, and it's clear that in a lot of these forums that we participate in, we continue talking about the same subjects, and there's a lack of efficiency and of will in many cases. Many times it's an interregional lack of political will. But I would like to point out in my presentation that there are specific cases. Many times they're national, many times they're binational, and there are specific advances, interesting advances, certain sectors where we are seeing a very strong push towards, for example, relating to services, the service industry. Paraguay, just to tell you, Paraguay a few years ago, when we worked on the design and promoting exportations, the sector table of services had very little demand. Today, the services sector is probably the sector that has the most, is most in demand. And this sector creates high added value employment. They are resistant to crisis, and in countries such as Paraguay, Bolivia, that have limitations of being landlocked, obviously they mitigate a lot by having this intangible commerce that is done electronically. Then I leave you with this positive note. There are very interesting examples at the national level. Perhaps there are micro, they go by unnoticed, but obviously there's a lot of room to work and improve, but there's also more opportunities to articulate better with the private sector. This is an issue that was brought up at the table. I love these reforms, above all in the advancement that we have seen in generating buses, the PSSs, and a joint coordination at the border. This is something that we have advanced on with this private sector. We're trying to articulate the space to push forward the private sector through dialogues such as the business dialogue of the Americas. The bank recommends this and gives suggestions, and we present certain instruments that we think we should use. And with that, I finish my presentation, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Very interesting exposition. Mr. Fernando Rojas from the development sector from CEPAL, from ECLAC. Good day, everyone. I would like to start thanking all the hosts and organizers for the invitation. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. Due to the time that I have available, and I know that many panelists already touched this, I will try to have a very summarized participation. I will focus on what digital connectivity is. This particularly because we've been seeing in different expositions, digitalization has a crucial role because it has a transversal impact, but it has the possibility that it gives us to attend structural breaches in the region vinculated to inequality and for productivity reasons. I will talk about connectivity in two environments: connectivity in the private sector, in the productivity sector. The digital services like bandwidth, for example. I will make a comparison comparing with advanced regions. The fixed bandwidth at homes in the region, having an increase that's important in the last 11 years and has had a 62% penetration. Europe and the United States has over 91%. over 100% in the United mobile bandwidth. For example, the region is around 85% of the population, while Europe is around 105%, and the United States 160%. And so clearly that we see that in spite, there's still room to increase. Another important element that's also conditioning the use and benefits of digitalization is the quality of the connections. For example, April 2023, taking into reference the velocities of downloading in Latin America, the average is 60%, and the people and the other countries are around 200%. So you can see a lot of reaches here. At this point, what did we identify as the main challenges? Obviously, to try to close these breaches, we need to have a clear view of what the parameters are of these breaches. One of the parameters is the quality of the services. Another parameter is the development of digital capabilities. For example, to access, for example, we can see that there's in the penetration of services, the homes of the richer from the homes of the poorer people. It's more than 50%. The difference is more than 50%. So in bandwidth, also in your urban and rural homes, you can also see this phenomena where you can see breaches near 50 points of percentage of difference. So we've been working with the evolution of the concept of connectivity, and we're working with the effective connectivity, which goes beyond just accessing the services, but it contemplates the access to other equipment that are vinculated to the productive sector. In that sense, we've made an estimation of what the impact to access this digital basic basket would be for the poorer homes or poorest homes. In one side, we can see cases for Uruguay and Chile, which are around 10% of the average income at home, and Peru is around 45%. If we take as reference the 2% bandwidth of the United Nations parameter, we see that in the best countries this cost of the digital basket is above. There needs to be a policy in order to support the free access to connectivity. In the case of Chile, we've made a comparison. There's being a new law being declared, and there's going to be a differentiated treatment in the case of Chile. In electricity and water costs are 2 to 3% compared to the income, and to access this basket, it's 13%. So you can see the differences here. In relation to the digitalization of the productive sector, here we can find a lot of advances, especially after the pandemic. We've seen growth in the use of digital technologies that are mature, particularly in the productive sector. And this has been reflected on one hand in a major presence in internet of company websites, better relationship of companies with their suppliers, but unfortunately digitalization has been focused in some stages of the value of the production value that doesn't really impact the production sector. So the first problem that we've seen here in this evaluation we haven't seen statistics that are comparable at a regional level compared to what is the level of adoption of technologies in the productive sector. We know the penetration of bandwidth, the quality of these connections. Here I must emphasize that when we analyze the quality in terms of speed and velocity, there are breaches between the big companies compared to the small and medium companies. So coming back to the incorporation of advanced digital technologies, for example, AI, robotics, there's no information that's standardized regionally to compare, in spite that there are some countries that are carrying out surveys, industrial surveys, that, and with that, those data we've seen that the incorporation of these new technologies is still very low. And what will this generate? That is going to be increase in the breaches of productivity with more advanced countries. Clearly, we consider that the digital tools will allow to make leaps in productivity, but with the incorporation of the advanced technologies. And there's another element here that I would like to emphasize on. In case of the development of the capabilities, the digital capabilities that are advanced, that will be required for human resources of production sector, will be able to develop in digital environments. And that's another element that the region still hasn't been developing with necessary in order to take advantage of these processes of digitalization. In CEPAL, in this matter, we've made an initiative since 2005, which is the LILAC platform, which is a dialogue that focuses on developing recommendations regarding digital policies. We work with all the countries in the region and with many actors of the digital environment to develop a digital agenda that is renewed and updated every 2 years. We identify what the priorities are, what the elements are of the what are the policies that should be worked with in each country, and some recommendations are generated. For example, the last version of the agenda was approved in Uruguay 2022, and it has some specific objectives in relation to the penetration of bandwidth services, for example, and a reference of an e-business also. And we've been working, and we're working profoundly and deeply with the countries of the region to develop this type of activities in order to understand that digitalization is an enabling tool that will help us to solve the gaps that we have in the region. Some other diagnostics that we've made regarding the digital policies shows some limitations in the environment, in the coordination environment of the institution, because now the processes are transversal and they don't only involve telecoms or the ministries of telecoms, but there are not a lot of countries that have an organization that allows this intergovernmental coordination that picks up the necessities of each of the sectors in terms of digitalization. The digitalization process is very relevant in health, in education, and this process is very accelerated. The institutional arrangements haven't been adjusted to this process because they haven't incorporated digital policies within the development policies. For example, the digital policies should be included there. And within the LILAC framework we've done, there's studies regarding what are the main topics that are reflected in the policies or in the bandwidth policies or digital transformation. And most countries are concentrating in connectivity, which is important, and in topics such as education, but the topics that are least reflected on are the ones vinculated with the productive sector. So in most countries that we've obtained information on, there's not an incorporation of an explicit or specific incorporation of digital policies in the sector, in the productive sector. And this generates that there's breaches in productivity compared to other regions, and it grows. We have particular initiatives in technical assistance and support in order to take advantage of these technologies. And one of these proposals that comes from LILAC and is the digital market. This proposal tries through the digital technologies to generate a coordination at a regional level to improve e-business. And as I've mentioned before, there are some elements that can be approached and some are very complex. And in this, we're concentrating on trying to harmonize or standardize a normative or a norm regarding protection to consumers, electronic payments, in order to facilitate the regional integration through digital means. Some statistics that we've obtained regarding the growth of e-business shows that after the pandemic, it's grown. It's grown specifically the national and the local e-business, not the cross-border e-business. And this has to do to most of the elements due to logistics. Now I don't have any more time available, and I remain for any question you may have. Thank you for your attention. Okay, thanks a lot. We've reached our last panelist, and we would like to thank the presentation of each one of you. Unfortunately, because of time, we conclude this panel right now at this session, and I would like to introduce the next panel discussion, which is building resilience to climate change in Latin American LLDCs, which will be moderated by Mr. Ismael Dabuta, charged the Affairs Permanent Mission of Botswana to the United Nations, Chair of LLDC Group. I would like to thank everyone for your contributions. Thank you very much, and to the next panel. Thank you.
Gracias.
¿Para 6? Ok. Sí, he estado.
Ya, este es el manto de todo el poder está bien aquí. Pues yo te digo para que. No, está bien así. O sea, vamos a abrir más. A ver.
Para que tenga más.
Perfecto.
Yes. And I'm going to be very strict on time.
I'll be so. Have you seen how relaxed was the previous moderator?
Yeah, it was a long session. Okay. It's fine here.
Está prendido. Entonces simplemente cuando... Sí. Ahora, ok. Entonces lo prendo. No, es para saber si me escucho.
How are you, madam?
Sí. Buenos días, soy Angélica. ¿Cómo estás? Soy Marisol. Creo que usted va primero, así que quizás le ponemos el micrófono. Sí, voy primero. Ya nos cortaron.
Ya nos cortaron el tiempo, ¿no?
Me dijo Ismael que 5 minutos.
Esto ya es... ¿Dónde le prendo?
Parece que está prendido ya.
No, sí. Ah, seguramente cuando ya se active, ¿no? Yo también no conozco mucho, no estoy muy familiarizada.
Sí, yo todo lo que esté con el país.
A ver, eso. Ya, pero también cómo se enciende. Ah, ya. Ya. Voy a leer nomás. No es un tema mío.
Invitamos a todas y todos a ingresar al salón, por favor, para dar inicio al panel 4.
Good morning. May we take our seats, please, so that we can start?
Panel de debate 4. Aumentar.
Panel number 4, increasing resilience to climate change in Latin America, LLDCs. This session will discuss the impact of climate change on LLDCs and explore how adaptation to climate change and disaster resilience efforts relate to the sustainable development of LLDCs in Latin America. It will also discuss mechanisms and approaches that could contribute to resilience building. This discussion will explore workable solutions and mechanisms that could contribute to a better anchoring of resilience and sustainability issues as a part of a new program of action. Moderator will be Mr. Ismael Dabuda, in charge of Affairs, Permanent Mission of Botswana to the United Nations, Chair of LLDC Group.
Well enough. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our next panel discussion. As already introduced, building resilience to climate change in Latin American LLDCs. We heard since yesterday that LLDCs are disproportionately impacted by climate change, and this is due to their structural vulnerabilities and limited capacities to deal with the devastating impact of climates. Whilst climate change is not one of the VPOA priorities, it has over the years featured in many of LLDC discussions. It has become apparent that the frequency of extreme weather events such as droughts, storms, cyclones, and flooding are worsening. Added to this is an increased frequency of the heat waves that are getting hotter and lasting longer. And disturbed rainfall patterns are causing prolonged droughts, more intense rainfall, floods, and disrupted water supply. If LLDCs cannot build resilience against climate change, as well as the other current and future shocks, they will not be able to harness their potential and ensure that their development journey is sustainable and irreversible. Advancement of the key priority areas of the VPOA alone will not be sufficient for the LLDCs to chart a transformative development journey and achieve the 2030 agenda. In this session, we will further discuss the impact of climate change on LLDCs and explore how adaptation to climate change and disaster resilience efforts relate to the sustainable development of Latin American LLDCs. We will also discuss mechanisms and approaches that could contribute to resilience building. We will explore workable solutions and mechanisms that could contribute to a better anchoring of resilience and sustainability issues as part of a new program of action. To start with the discussions in this session, we have a panel of distinguished speakers, and let me thank you, panelists, for agreeing to lead us in this discussion. I will allocate 5 minutes to each speaker in the interest of time. I encourage each speaker to abide to the 5 minutes time limit. And furthermore, as we lost some time in the previous discussion,
We will not go into any discussions after the presentations by our panelists. And to introduce the panelists, on my left, I have Ms. Marisol Caspiras, charged the affairs of the Embassy of the Plurinational State of Bolivia to the Republic of Paraguay. Still on the left, we have Ms. Angelica Jacom Daza. Ms. Daza, Angelica Jacom is the Director of the Office of Small Island Developing States, Least Developed Countries and Landlocked Developing Countries, and the Executive Chief of both the FAO Women's and Youth Committees. Prior to joining FAO, she was the permanent representative of Panama to the United Nations Rome-based agencies from 2015 to 2019. Just to further give a background of Ms. Caspiras, which I omitted, Ms. Caspiras is the chargé d'affaires ad interim of the Embassy of Bolivia in Paraguay, and she has worked for more than 11 years in different departments of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bolivia, including as head of Human Resources Unit and a member of the Evaluation and Qualifying Board. She was also Director of Municipal Governments for 5 years, Director of the Administrative Directorate in the Constituent Assembly from 2007 to 2008, and Administrative Director of the Bolivian Farmers Matrix Organization. On my right, we have Mr. Ulysses Lovera, who is the National Director of Climate Change in the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Paraguay since 2019. And he is the Paraguay's focal point to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change since 2019, and also Paraguay's focal point to the REDD plus mechanism. Still on the right, we have Mr. Marlon Rafael Canedas Madrid, who is the Program Manager for Climate Change and Nature-Based Solutions, and also focal point at the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, America's Office. He worked as a regional monitoring and evaluation advisor for UNFPA LACRO in Panama, as lead coordinator of a human security interagency program in Mexico. He holds an MA in political conflict and pacification process from the Complutense University of Madrid, and an MSc in economic development in Latin America from the International University of Andalusia. Still on the right, far right, we have Ms. Jacqueline Garcia Yi, who is the Program Manager Officer of the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, in Paraguay since 2022. Previously, she worked as a research officer at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in Vienna, and as a researcher in environmental and food economics in various universities. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll start the discussion by inviting Ms. Marisol Caspiras to make her presentation.
Buenos días, muchas gracias, moderador. Agradezco en este momento a todos por compartir con nosotros sus importantes criterios en este diálogo crucial sobre la construcción de resiliencias al cambio climático en los países en desarrollo sin litoral. Señoras y señores, al revisar el progreso realizado durante la última década bajo el Programa de Acción de Viena,
in the Vienna Action Program, the climate change issue has been one of the greatest challenges faced by the LLDCs. The climate crisis is not a foreign threat, it is a reality, and it continues to affect the means of life, economies, and the systems of our countries. With the increase of temperature and the adverse climate events and the melting of all of this show the vulnerabilities that exist. During the last decades, the LLDCs in Latin America have made efforts to mitigate the climate change and increase the adaptation capacity and building resilience. All of this requires transforming communities on an economical level and institutional level to guarantee survival. With the Convention on Climate Change of the UN, even though it recognizes the climate change effects, we have not had enough attention directed to these issues. And we need to adopt a holistic approach and collaborative approach to this issue. We need to prioritize the adaptation to mitigation. And the principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, especially equity and common responsibility, and recognizing the different capabilities and capacities. Resilience to climate change needs to be strengthened in all the aspects of our plans and projects and policies. This includes the integration of considerations on a climate level regarding development of infrastructure, agriculture, water management, and preparation for disasters. Countries that are landlocked need to prioritize the measures for climate adaptation that safekeep and take care of the vulnerable communities, that guarantee the food safety, food security. The traditional knowledge perform a crucial role in this sense. The fair use of renewable energy, that is a necessary step to mitigate the climate change and improve the energy security. The LLDCs need support and assistance in order to diversify their energy sources and widen their options, and improving access to clean energy and also energy storage. But the most urgent thing is the financing for climate change issues, technology transference, and the capacity for transformation. It is necessary that LLDCs implement actions in an effective manner. The regional collaboration is to be the basis for the transborder challenges, especially through approaches that are not based on the market with local benefits or regional only. Finally, Bolivia reiterates the commitment to work with all the parties in order to build resilience and respecting nature based on principles of equity and respect to the environment. And to conclude my intervention, as Bolivia, we are supporting and we are permanently working on the coordination on subjects regarding resilience, climate change. Nevertheless, this needs to be the work of all of us so we can survive these changes. This is a commitment from everybody, and that is all. Thank you very much.
Her presentation, and in the interest of time, I'll not attempt to summarize or highlight key points from my panelists' presentations, and I will now at this point invite Mr. Lovera to make his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mel. Muchas gracias. A falta de uno.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ismael. Good morning to everyone. For the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, it's an honor. I would like to thank the Ministry of Industry and Commerce for inviting us to be part of this panel. Getting into the subject itself, renewed natural report for Vienna, the challenges that Paraguay faces and it has to do with more flexibility in transit countries, distance from worldwide markets, the need for adequate public policies, and adverse effects of climate change. This last point, I want to point out this last point because it's not only it's a transversal and synergic challenge. Because in addition to the impact of climate change itself, we also have to understand that for a country that's landlocked, climate change creates transversal actions or consequences. And a short time ago, it was published that a drought in a landlocked country has a greater impact than a drought in a country that has a coastline, because water distribution and economic impacts that affect the primary agricultural production and forestry production. In addition to all of this, we have an impact on transportation. A drought impacts our main transportation waterways, and it not only impacts exportations, it impacts our importations of goods, basic goods for our daily lives, such as fossil fuel importations. So even though there is a relationship between the Vienna Action Plan and efforts done to combat climate change, in Paraguay at least, we haven't seen a tangible relationship with of climate change and concrete actions. But we must revert this action, and it is urgent that landlocked countries build a bridge that is more solid between countries. Countries that are landlocked, we don't have unanis, but the climate change effects impact us significantly, and that condition of having no coastline in many cases makes us more vulnerable than other continental countries that have a coastline. Thinking about financing, the problem exists. Thinking about financing and thinking about how we can, as countries that are landlocked, how can we benefit from better access to financing? We understand to be able to benefit from any financial mechanism, first of all, we must know exactly what is needed and the approximate costs of those needs. In any other event, we can do, and we have done, carried out actions that many times are in global agendas for development designed in New York, but we haven't analyzed how pertinent it is to our country. It leads to inefficient actions that are not sustainable. In Paraguay, at least, regarding our NDC that was presented to the United Nations Convention on Climate Change in 2021, we defined through a participative process that lasted 1 year priority measures to mitigate that are 45 of the 5 sectors that have been established by the IPSC, and we also established 25 adaptation objectives to increase our resilience to climate change by 2030. In 2022, we also finished the mitigation cost that tells us exactly how much it will cost Paraguay by 2030, not only public money, but in money that might come from private investment and from international cooperation if developed countries have the intent to comply with the 100 billion established in Copenhagen. If we have a cost, we have to know exactly how much it will be, reduce 20% of our emissions by 2030. And we're also concluding with the support of the World Bank. Perhaps next Friday we can also present our costs for adaptation. How much will it cost Paraguay to increase its resilience by 2030? With these two elements, by defining these two elements, we can now go in and explore financial mechanisms to mitigate and adapt, and also negotiate with these financial mechanisms to see the most adequate financing for landlocked countries that can create a sustainable impact. But impacts have to be sustainable. That's very important. There is a cooperation, but cooperation goes, and the impact is not left there. The impact has to remain. It has to remain throughout time. That is why financing has to be adequate and adjusted to our needs. And the same line of thought, adaptation to climate change must be increased. LLDCs almost always are low emission countries. Paraguay, for example, emits only 0.09% of global emissions. However, we are highly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Multilateral cooperation funds must increase the percentage that is destined to our adaptation. That is urgent. I'm talking about the experiences and needs and recommendations in energy, renewable energy for developing countries that are landlocked. First of all, at the worldwide level, 73 million people do not have access to electricity, and 11 of the 32 LLDCs are behind in complying with the objectives SDG 7, which is access to clean energy for everyone. And we add to this 40% of all people that live in countries, developing countries that do not have coastline, they do not have access to energy. And according to the International Renewable Energy Agency, Vienna, we need 57 billion investment in the energy systems of LLDCs to limit the increase in global temperatures of 1.5 degrees Celsius. So what's the problem in Paraguay? If we have 100% of our energy has no emissions, our electricity is produced without emissions here, and our emissions are very low. However, we are still depending on 40% of fossil fuels. That IRENA report talks about a greater need to interconnect the LLDC's agenda with the climate agenda and renewable energy sources. And I would like to conclude looking at the only two LLDC countries in Latin America. We are neighbors. Paraguay and Bolivia are neighbors. We're right next to each other. We have energy realities are different. So I would like to end with a recommendation to increase investments in renewable energy in LLDCs. The United Nations system institutions have to work to establish financial mechanisms that different realities are landlocked to be able to develop products and projects of renewable energy that includes technical support to identify the best technologies that are available and adapt them to the characteristics of each of these countries. Thank you very much to everyone. Regrettably, time is very short, and I hope that this will be of use to continue constructing bridges between countries and truly generate key actions that are concrete and allow us to overcome our difficulties and access or be resilient to climate change by 2030. Thank you very much.
The informative and detailed presentation. I'll now invite Ms. Daza to make her presentation.
Gracias, moderador. Excelencias, distinguidos.
Distinguished delegates, first of all, let me thank the government of Paraguay for the favorable hospitality, as well as the Office of the High Representative of the United Nations for the Less Developed Countries, the landlocked countries, LLDC, and islands for your leadership in this process. The insecurity of food in LLDC has grown throughout the years. The total population of these countries has increased from 43.4% in 2015 to 57.9% in 2022. During that same period, the agriculture represents a fundamental contribution to the economics of LLDC. As of a source of employment for many small producers as well. And the agro systems are in risk because of the climate change, the plagues, diseases, macroeconomic policies, as well as unexpected events. It's fundamental that we promote the resilience of these systems throughout time. We need to guarantee at a sustainable level the availability and access to sufficient food that are nutritious for all in front of any alteration that may occur. The promotion of resilience has three components: to minimize risks, the risk management, and the capacity to reconstruct. Mr. Moderator, to confront the threat that the climate change has regarding this food, we need to have best practices in agriculture in order to promote productivity and face this climate change. The producer, there needs to be diversification of the cultivation and to have an infrastructure that is resilient. In June last year, the strategy of the FAO was approved regarding this resilience. The norm support, there needed to be a norm support for this climate change with local agents and the groups of populations that are vulnerable as well. Recently, there was an action plan launched in order to accompany this execution. We need to highlight the importance of the funding in order for the mitigation, to adapt to the mitigations of these changes. The FAO has a fund of LLDC around $272 million. In Paraguay, the project of the climate in order to improve the resilience of homes which are impacted by the climate change in the oriental region of Paraguay has approximately $25 million of funding. And in March of this year, $63 million were approved for rural areas in the framework of in Bolivia. Before I conclude, considering that the objective of this meeting is to define the next decade for the LLDCs, I would like to highlight that 29th of June this year, ministers and representatives of the small, less developed countries and LLDCs were united in a meeting that was organized by the FAO in order to debate on the challenges, the common challenges, and to enforce the technical support of FAO. In this act, we need the third conference of the United Nations of LLDCs in order to guarantee that the transformation of the agro-food systems is integrated into the systems. The establishment of a ministerial network in that country with the technical assistance of FAO in order to share practices and collectively face the climate change, and in order to acquire investments in order to improve these agro systems through means by the initiative of hand-to-hand, the initiative one country, one product, one priority product, innovative climate financing, and other initiatives. In conclusion, FAO is available to and willing to work hand-to-hand with LLDCs in their transformation to more efficient agro systems, more resilient and more sustainable, in order to achieve a better nutrition, better production, a better environment, and a better life without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
presentation and for presenting within the allocated time. I will now invite Mr. Madrid to make his presentation.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. I want to thank the government of Paraguay and the Office of the United Nations in charge of LLDCs for this invitation to be a part of this conversation on climate change. Distinguished representatives of the different countries that are here today. I don't know if you could project my presentation, please. The third goal of this meeting is directed towards analyzing the effects of the external factors like pandemics, economic crisis, and of course climate change. This last aspect is of urgent matter that affects life all over the world. In this sense, the global warming has a profound impact on LLDCs. Paraguay and Bolivia, despite their geographical differences, share one common vulnerability because they are LLDCs, what makes them particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change is, and to know this, we need to analyze the profound effects. And I will talk about some of the issues that the United Nations focuses on. And we know that their support is crucial in order to build resilience for a more sustainable future in these countries. The impact of climate change in Bolivia. The diversity in geography of Bolivia, Cordillera de los Andes and the Amazons, makes Bolivia vulnerable to impact. One of the most harmful effects is the impact in nature. It does not only threaten old ecosystems, but also threatens the reservoir of drinkable water, which conducts to less supply of water for agriculture, energy production, and human consumption. The effects of the global warming extend all over the country, affecting the diverse ecosystems. Bolivia faces more risks of extreme climate change effects. We have droughts and rain periods that are very prolonged. These events can be devastating for agriculture and communities, which takes them to migrate and lose their resources. And the occurrence of severe droughts not only directs to lack of water supply, but also increases the tension between different communities that are competing over limited resources. When we talk about Paraguay, unlike Bolivia, this country is a low-level country. When we talk about the comparison to the sea level, Paraguay faces flooding risks because of global warming. And the climate change is especially harmful for infrastructure and agriculture. The agriculture sector, which is the main sector of the economy in Paraguay, is particularly vulnerable to the rains and the differences in temperature. It can affect the performance of crops and food safety and security. The challenges that the agriculture sector faces in Paraguay affect directly the means of lives of the largest part dedicated to agriculture. And when we talk about deforestation and practices of unsustainable use of land, all of this could be increased and worsened because of this and have negative impacts on communities. All of this added to the climate change effects put more pressure into the local population that is the most vulnerable. Now I want to talk about some aspects that have been we have been focusing on. Before the challenges that I have mentioned earlier, the High Representative Office represents a high support and resource for assistance for all these communities. And their efforts are focused on the vulnerabilities of the less advantaged communities, but also focuses on the advantages that these countries have towards facing these risks. Among the options, we have the assistance to countries to improve national strategies and risk mitigation plans for the decade and the plans for adaptation to climate change. The agency adapts to the specific needs of each country, considering the different geographical situation, realities, either social or economic. Other technical issues, for example, the compilation and monitoring of losses and damages, and the design of risk maps. The image that you see there, this is an example of something we are working on in Costa Rica. We built risk maps, which allows us to have more, some visual help and see the risks. Recently, it has been launched. It's called Risks, and it shows potential risks and current risks, and it shows areas. In this case, it shows areas that can be flooded in the area with disaggregated information. The technical assistance in the design and strengthening of the early alert systems, the General Secretary of the UN talks about early alert systems for everybody. And the goal is that in 5 years, all the areas are covered by robust systems of early alerts. The initiative has begun with the first 30 countries in the world, and among them, there are 6 that are from Latin America and the Caribbean. Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana, Antigua and Barbuda, and Barbados are among the first countries that are part of this initiative. Another important point that the UND works on is working on resilient systems. This is particularly important in Paraguay and Bolivia because the landlocked situation makes it more difficult to build road networks, and the construction of road networks can mean big risks for nature. Recently, it was translated into Spanish. This is a guide from UNDRR, and it shows different success stories mixing great infrastructure and green infrastructure. Another important point is the integration between climate change and disaster risk mitigation. Here we have to talk about disaster risks with the initiatives for adaptation to climate change in different sectors. This year, the agency has held a stress testing exercise in Costa Rica and Panama to assess the response capacity and capability when facing a critical situation. It can be a pandemic or disaster. This type of exercises emphasize the importance of increasing collaboration between different sectors to build resilience. These images that you see are from the exercise in Costa Rica. very linked to what was previously said. We need to consider indigenous knowledge and community resilience when talking about climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. And this is really important for the countries. And finally, I want to highlight the work that the UNDRR has been doing with the private sector, specifically with ARRAIZ, that wants to link the private sector to the disaster risk reduction plans and the projects for climate change adaptation. Addressing the reduction of risks in LLDCs needs collaboration between all the members, and the UNDRR working with neighbor countries and regional offices on risk reduction. And the last meeting was in Uruguay last March. This type of initiatives can strengthen the systems in the region and share experiences and share vulnerabilities. And we need to acknowledge the multidisciplinary effects of the climate change, especially in Paraguay and Bolivia, identify the specific vulnerabilities. And if we identify all the previous factors, analysis of losses and damages, solutions based on the nature, indigenous knowledge, international treaties, and others, we can contribute to a development that's prepared for climate events, so we can be more resilient to external factors. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Madrid for his presentation, and we will go now to our last presenter, Ms. Yi, to make a presentation.
Buenos días. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this important event. It is a pleasure for me to be a part of this panel. As a favor, I would like to ask you to project the presentation. Thank you.
Maybe this was commented before by my colleagues here at the table, but we all know that greenhouse gases cause global warming that affects communities across the world. No one is free from this problem. The Paris Agreement in 2015 established as an objective limiting global warming, ideally to less than 1.5 degrees centigrade by the end of the century. But current levels and investments in political climate policies at the worldwide level are insufficient to obtain that objective. Specifically, the Latin American region is highly exposed and vulnerable and strongly impacted by climate change. The impact of climate change is enhanced in the region, amplified in the region, due to the inequality that exists, the poverty, population growth, and high demographic density. The forecasts indicate that approximately 30% of the gross domestic product of Central America and South America, 40% of South America would be lost by the end of this century due to climate change. Almost 6 million people in the region could fall into extreme poverty by 2030, and over 17 million people in the region would be forced to migrate by 2050. As we all know, there is a significant gap of investments in infrastructure, above all in adaptation to climate change, despite the high vulnerability that exists in the region. When we observe the countries of the region in Latin America regarding vulnerability versus the adaptation capabilities to climate change, we see that countries without a coastline, the landlocked countries, in this case Paraguay and Bolivia, they still have a low adaptation capability. You see that on the left side of this slide. However, Bolivia is in a little bit more vulnerable position, but there's still a lot of work to do regarding improving the condition of landlocked countries. Regarding emissions per capita of both countries, Bolivia and Paraguay are at a medium or medium high level of emissions per capita. Paraguay is the sixth country that generates the most emissions, and Bolivia is the ninth in the region. And the main sectors that emit greenhouse gases in the region of Latin America is the energy sector and the agricultural sector. The reasons why the energy sector contributes to greenhouse gases is due to the source, not because of the energy itself. As we all know, petroleum is still used a lot in Latin America. Almost 1/3 of the energy is generated through petroleum, and we get natural gas as well that covers 30%, and hydroelectric energy is only 9% of the energy. And use of these energies, all 35% of this energy goes to transportation, 20% to industrial uses, and 18% to residencies, to residential use. However, we must make clear that there are differences depending on each country. As has been mentioned before, Paraguay practically does not emit carbon because of the electrical energy, because they use hydroelectric plants to produce electricity. If you compare this to the other country, Bolivia is still a little bit above the average in Latin America in regards to generating electrical energy. And it's also important to mention that if electrical production infrastructure will always also be vulnerable to climate change, and we have to take measures to protect this infrastructure, and above all, in the case of hydroelectrical dams that will be severely affected by floods. And what measures can be taken to reduce the vulnerability? And here I will list a series of measures that can be used in different South American countries through their different projects. For the electricity generation sector, we have, for example, underground cables, electrical distribution, water storage, and protecting against flooding for hydroelectrical systems, biomass availability for generating energy, and adequate management of demand. That means that summers will be more warm, and that we have to foresee that more energy will be required to lower those temperatures within households. So we have to foresee these types of demand that will increase because of climate change. Developing policies for resilience that we should consider the most vulnerable groups as well. I would also like to end talking about some measures that we worked on to reduce vulnerability through different projects that the United Nations has for the environment. Regarding agricultural production, this is a very important sector for landlocked countries, Paraguay and Bolivia. And I want to talk about the fact that Paraguay has 17 projects, such as the United Nations Program for the Environment, with a total budget of 66 million, and it is focused on agricultural production and optimizing this production. As measures, we have planting plant varieties that are resistant to extreme environments, early alert system, avoiding overuse of watering, and diversifying income for rural communities. And with that, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our last speaker. And let's all thank our speakers and give them a round of applause. And also thank you for your attention. We had a very fruitful presentations. Unfortunately, we cannot go into discussions because of time limit. And the supersonic speed that we took doesn't necessarily, should not take away the importance of this topic. It's a very important one as we go into the next program of action. And I think we all know, as presented about, we had the issues highlighted about the need for capacity building, the need for technology transfer, the need to build resilience, the need to unlock financing, whether it's from private sector or from international organizations. But all in all, this is a very important matter, climate change, as we go into the next program of action. Thank you very much for your attention. I will now invite you to a break, and after that we will hear the next panel discussion about means of implementation, partnerships, and follow-up and review, which will be moderated by Mr. Mario Samaja, the resident coordinator of the United Nations Organization in Paraguay. I thank you for your attention. Sorry for... To be short because half my time is going. Because they have to go on their way scheduled for the morning. 4 hours away. What are the marching orders? Do we have a break before or no? I don't know. What like now?
Por favor, adelante.
Who should go to the... ¿Están bien ahí? ¿O demasiado? ¿Edna está acá? Están muy apretados ahí.
Ahí vamos pasando el minuto.
Está todo bien ahí, me parecen muy apretados.
No, bien, bien.
Bien, creo que podemos empezar en honor al tiempo.
Welcome to the panel number 5, which has the means of implementation, partnerships, and follow-up and review. I'm Mr. Mario Samaja, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Paraguay. In this session, we will discuss experiences in domestic and international resource mobilization and discuss ways to facilitate the mobilization of the required resources, including innovative finance to promote sustainable development in the Latin American LLDCs and enhance resilience to various shocks. The discussion will focus on how to enhance the abilities of countries to leverage domestic resources and take full advantage of international support, such as financial sector reform, domestic resource mobilization, development of adequate financial infrastructure, or risk reduction instruments, including South-South cooperation. It would also look at how to increase debt sustainability, especially after the deterioration due to the COVID-19 pandemic. For this session, we have an ample panel, and I would like to thank, in my name and for everyone who's here at the table with me, for accepting the invitation and for your contributions for this session that we will develop. Each panelist will have 5 minutes for their exposition in consideration of limited time and the number of speakers. Please keep your expositions in 5 minutes. I don't know if we're going to have a brief discussion after the session, but I don't believe that, but we'll do that if it's possible. With that, I will jump completely of the list of panelists and present them one-to-one as they start their exposition. Ms. Ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Paraguay, Ms. Nakatani Yoshi, you have the word. Thank you, Mario, and thank you for the patience of staying here without having lunch and just to listen here, and I hope that's information that will serve everyone. I'm the ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Paraguay, and Paraguay is a landlocked country, and Japan is a country surrounded by seas. So we're very different. Japan, or the answer are not simple, because each country has vulnerabilities and challenges due to the geographic location. For example, in Japan, 60% of surface, almost the same as Paraguay, but 60% of Japan is mountain range. And this gives us benefits, but also problems and difficulties. For example, we had a tsunami a few years ago. I can say that the challenges that the LLDC countries face, the challenges, we need to. It's not an isolated challenge. We need to join efforts in order to find solutions for this. In May of last year, the Chancellor of Japan visited Paraguay, and in the meeting of the chancellors, he requested the support of Japan for the LLDCs and a follow-up as a commitment to that compromise made. I'm here right now. Before that visit, our chancellor expressed in a speech in Brazil the importance of solidarity towards Latin America, political network solidarity, uh, solidarity in taking care of the environment, and solidarity to protect the rights. And I would like to give contributions in this area of Japan. In these difficult circumstances that all panels presented already, we reunite to revise the implementations of the action plan in Vienna at a regional level in Latin America. And in that sense, I would like to give all my respect to the government of Paraguay for organizing this regional meeting, and I thank you for your invitation. I would like to thank Mrs. Fatima from the United Nations as well. Japan is contributing to constantly implementing the action plan of Vienna through the principle of human security, guaranteeing at the same time the inclusion, transparency, and the equity in very near cooperation with the national cooperation. There's concrete objectives. In 6 objectives, infrastructure, for example, which is the most important within the 6, I would like to highlight Japan has been promoting high quality infrastructure and connectivity. Not any infrastructure is worth it for the development of LLDCs or the international community. Japan has always promoted high quality infrastructure, and it's very important that we share with partners to share this idea of this idea that Japan has broadened this concept, and we have a lot of best practices in other countries, and we're available here to share with you these best practices. In the case of Paraguay, for example, we're firmly the Bio-Oceanic Corridor, for example, will strengthen the relations with Asia, including Japan, and we look forward its realization. And thanks to the funding of the IDB and the World Bank, and this project is being progressing. And I would like to send my respects to these efforts of the LLDC. Japan, there's 2 countries in Latin America, landlocked, Paraguay and Bolivia. In the case of Bolivia, Japan has put improved roads in order to improve connectivity of international roads, which unites Peru, Chile, Brazil, Argentina. In the case of Paraguay, the export corridor of Paraguay that was inaugurated last year with the presence of Mr. Mario Abdo, President of Paraguay, with the assistance of Japan, and the project acquisition of Draga equipment are symbolic examples in Latin America, Japan will continue to support uh, to the to help the development of the LLDCs in areas hardware as well as software. Hardware as the logistics infrastructure, supporting the logistics infrastructure, pavement of roads, for example, and the software as the training of human resources as well. And I would also like to refer as important the international business, because Japan has developed with the international business. We really appreciate the free trade. With the active participation of the LLDCs, we consider that the Committee of the National Facilitation of Trade Committee works well. We are satisfied with the constant progress that are developed by the LLDCs in appliance of the Vienna Agreement. This will promote more for the development of the economy. We're aware that the LLDCs are facing difficulties when they apply the Agreement of Vienna, and Japan will still continue to listen to the country and will concede the necessary support. And I cannot mention amounts or quantities. I cannot talk about assistance rates. That in that in Club du Paris, countries have implemented various initiatives. They are presenting some advances. And the importance I would like to highlight of a funding of development has to be transparent, just, and accelerated in response to the debt problems. An example, Japan has supported to proportionate data to the World Bank for the G20 regarding transparency of bank data, and they leader those efforts about debt data. For consolidating the debt, you need detailed and specific data and accurate ones. Regarding the international initiatives, regarding the economic reforms and structures, we're bettering the production. We, in Japan, in terms of climate change, first I said Japan is surrounded by sea, so maybe we're very vulnerable because Japan is an economic, is very strong, but it's isolated. It's an island. We have vulnerability towards climate change, and it has to be approached by the international community. Japan is trying to make an effort to reduce 40% of the emissions in 2030 in compared to 2023, because we have a very ambitious motive and coherence with a neutrality of carbon, zero carbon for 2050. That's the road to reduce 46% in comparison to 2023. And Japan has compromised to give $70 million until 2025. $1 trillion for it's the double quantity of the quantity given, and we're complying with these compromises constantly. And through the Green Fund for the climate, the government is actively supporting the measures against climate change in the LDC countries for the adoption and to face the damages. it contributed to the Fund of Adaptation of Fund. In brief words, please count with Japan. We're an ally of all of the challenges that the world faces, and we hope that the results of the debate are reflected in the fifth reunion, and that we to implement, not to talk, to implement measures that will conduct to a better development of SDR, and Japan firmly supports all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ambassador. It's always a pleasure to share spaces with you. Now we have the next speaker, Mr. Jorge Surur, Regional Manager for South Region Latin American Development Bank, CAF. Thank you very much. I think on behalf of CAF, the opportunity to be here, which is an important event before the third conference on landlocked developing countries, but also reiterate the congratulations not only for this event, but the leadership that Paraguay has been having in Latin America alongside with Bolivia in the aspect of implementing the Vienna Action Program, and that will be signed after the next conference. We are happy as a development bank in Latin America because we elected as headquarters Paraguay, landlocked country. And we are also looking at Bolivia, which is among our regional coordination, also Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay. We are bioceanic management, and we selected Asunción as headquarters not because of the difficulties for being an LLDC, but because of the amazing opportunities it represents, because of the green goals and all the cooperation programs that are part of the focus that the member countries of CAF have set. So preparing for the third UN conference and everything we are debating on, we think that it is very important to propose a perspective that emphasizes not the disadvantages of an LLDC, but the enormous and various advantages that these countries can have and can represent for and those are part of the South American region, are Paraguay and Bolivia. A new world that is looking for clean energy, reduction of carbon, everything. The problem that has to do with regulations and the functioning of global chain, value chain, it is not a matter of landlocked countries. It is a problem that's part of the whole world. So the main message is that the improvement of all of these logistic conditions and connectivity brings benefits not only for the LLDCs, but for everybody who are seeing the solution for their problems in these countries, particularly for Latin America and Paraguay, Bolivia. Allow me to say something on a personal note, just like my Japanese colleague did. I have been landlocked since I was born. I was born in Cordoba. We call it a landlocked province, very far from sea. I think I didn't have streams or small rivers nearby. And the first time I saw the sea was when I was 10 years old. And in my province, we said, God is everywhere, but his office is in Buenos Aires. And that is what we learned. I know what difficulty of being far from the port. But I also know the benefits that it brings when you know how to exploit your advantages and be resilient towards disadvantages, being innovative and creative. And I think Paraguay has shown that and is still showing with numbers and results. And it's been the focus um, everywhere in the world. And Paraguay has done this before throughout history. So for this development bank, supporting all of this is a pleasure. And it's also a great opportunity to show great impact. We are doing this in Paraguay, Bolivia, and allow me to say 2 or 3 initiatives. The focus of our work with these two countries are some matters of connectivity, access to infrastructure that is needed in order to develop. Route number 9, Transchaco. It is a part that is shared with that initiative is shared with other agencies. The work for the substation of Iguazu, which will allow to make the most of the totality of the energy available. The work for the second national binational bridge. Now we are working on a next bridge to join Paraguay with Argentina, and we are working in logistics and integration on a national level and with other countries. We always talk about 300 bridges, and within the country there are also integration, and that is also a logistic experience. When we talk about digital future, we will keep working on infrastructure and in different projects. I don't want to focus on this too much. We're also working on a bridge on Rio Apa River, and this a loan opportunity that has to do with roads between Concepcion and Vallemí for the Parcel Company. In Bolivia, there is another big infrastructure plan, and we are working on the waterway Paraná-Paraguay, the waterway that will allow other connections. And our conclusion moving forward is that what comes after will require a very special work beyond public sector and working on PPPs, finance innovation, and if the private sector commits to working on specific sectors, we think this is key. And a message for the rest of the international cooperation is that I think from the Vienna Action Program, it would be very important to rediscuss the flows of donations for LLDCs, especially Latin America and Bolivia, Paraguay specifically. Any analysis of the evolution and the participation of the different sources, we have seen a decrease of the funds, and that I think that is important to discuss. And we know there is a resilience project that was just launched by the IMF, so that is interesting to debate on. And I see more opportunities and there are interest aspects that CAF can work on. So in conclusion, for LLDCs, this is not the moment to say please, it is moment to show your worth. And for international cooperation, we need to start performing actions and helping these countries that are really good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jorge Surt, Regional Director of CAF. Now we move on to the next panelist, Edna Armendariz, representing the BID in Paraguay. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me here. Mario, the BID has been a development partner for Paraguay for several decades. Today, 70% of our project portfolio is focused towards infrastructure that is clearly key to confront these challenges in LLDCs. In the last years, financing that the bank has given yearly has fluctuated between 300 and 350 million, obviously with peaks during the pandemic when countries were confronting had several needs. I would like to talk more about the financial instruments because in Paraguay, generally we use the most conventional instruments, investment projects, or projects based on policies to support reform in the country. We do have a contingency to deal with disasters and public health that is activated when we have an event and under certain other conditions. But the bank has financial instruments that are more innovative that have been used in other countries, and it might be a good beginning, a good start to explore other possibilities in Paraguay as well as in Bolivia, since our loans are based on results. When a country has clear goals that are focused on certain sectors, could be commerce, infrastructure, etc. These types of instruments are very useful. We also have bank guaranteed instruments. This means that there are countries that when they have to place international bonds, the interest is very high, and the bank can be a AAA guarantee to reduce the financial burden on placement of these bonds and diversify the investors. The bank has been key in mobilizing resources through the private sector. It supported the first public-private alliance, the route number 2. This is a very important subject that we will continue supporting in the context of a more limited fiscal view. But we also have other partners with which we have financed loans for infrastructure, Taiwan, Japan in the electrical sector, Korea, road networks with Spain, water and sanitation, and we have supported the country to get donations. For example, the Green Fund for Climate that is focused towards energy efficiency. I would also like to mention that not everything is financing. We also give technical assistance. This is also key. We have an initiative that began 20 years ago that is called Regional Public Assets. There are countries that are confronting the same types of challenges, and it would seem that it's more efficient and effective to try to resolve them jointly. So this type of initiative leads us to collective action and South cooperation. This year we have prioritized different areas, but we also include a better regional integration, climate change subjects. With this type of initiatives, we have supported information systems, platforms, studies. Yesterday, we were referencing that we need more analytical studies associated to the challenges that these countries face. And regarding the resilience and what the bank is doing when facing this challenge that LLDCs have, well, in addition to the infrastructure, we have done interesting work associated to policy and fiscal management that plays a key role in countries. We help the Ministry, the Treasury, to quantify fiscal impact that come from natural disasters on income and expenses. This is very important when we have to incorporate this information within their medium-term fiscal framework to be able to promote sustainability of public finances. Another tool that I would like to mention is associated to the hydrobit, which is a tool to manage and plan out water resources in an efficient manner through simulation models that are available for the present and future. This tool has been very useful for the Department of Itapúa. The Water Observatory uses this to manage the river basins in the area. We know that water is a sector that is very sensitive to climate change. And last, I would like to mention that our work is associated to the challenges of economic diversification in these countries. And Mikhail, our specialist, has already been talking about this during the morning on this subject, but we contributed with a program to promote exportation and attracting foreign investment directly. This contributes to try to create a positive impact and through a greater economic diversification in Paraguay. There was a question that was sent to me about the influence that countries that LLDCs may have in risk scoring, sovereign risk scoring. I wouldn't say that this is a characteristic that is incorporated directly into the risk scoring, but it does apply indirectly because these countries are more vulnerable to external shock because they are less diversified. They depend a lot on primary goods, and therefore they are more vulnerable to external shock. And yesterday it was mentioned that at the same time, these countries have have tax exemptions that are very difficult to promote direct foreign investment. What this causes is a decrease in taxes to be able to close gaps. So risk scoring agencies take this into account. They take into account tax collection in countries because this forecasts what will the fiscal sustainability will be. So it's very important to continue strengthening public finances in these countries and in Paraguay, stabilize the debt levels, and this is an area where the bank has contributed and worked a lot on public expense qualities and reducing tax evasion. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Edna. And with that, I think we can move on to the next panelist, Mr. Maximiliano Apilo, representative of the FMI in Paraguay.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me. And as a representative of the IMF, I will briefly present some of the challenges in the economy area for developing countries that are landlocked. We had made an analysis of data during our conversations with the Foreign Affairs Office of Paraguay, and I will only summarize that the gap of development for landlocked countries comparing to neighbor transit countries is significant. And even though it has been decreasing since 2014, it is still evident. So the program of the Vienna Vienna is important. This is important to mobilize resources, just like Edna mentioned a little bit. The government of these countries tend to have less capacity for public resources mobilization, and this difference with the neighbor countries are bigger if we consider the mobilization of domestic credit for the private sector. This lack of resource mobilization makes the country more vulnerable in a macroeconomical level, and we've seen that after the last macroeconomic shock that meant the pandemic. With this, the second part of what I wanted to mention is that what can the IMF bring to the table for LLDCs in order to face these vulnerabilities? The IMF works towards preserving the macroeconomic stability through four pillars, through four functions as an advisor. IMF tries to analyze periodically the status of the situation and the relationship between countries in order to identify macroeconomic risks Also, in addition to overseeing and advising, we do a similar job to what IDB does, which has to do with strengthening capacities and capabilities. Only to bring an example, we have a program of strengthening capacities and capabilities for mobilization of domestic resources, including programs that work towards tax administration and administration of fiscal risks, things that have to do with the financial sector, or strengthening the institutions against money laundering. And lastly, mobilization of resources, own resources of the IMF. Most of resources of the IMF are not related to investment projects, just like which is different to what our partners from other initiatives do. We provide financing for governments so they have space to modify their macroeconomic policies to reestablish or administer risks after macroeconomic crisis. Most of credits that the IMF gives come from two main sources: the general account and the funds for fighting poverty, which gives financing for many LLDCs, for example, in the African continent, but it doesn't happen in Bolivia or Paraguay or the transit countries. Most of these resources come from the general resources account and includes many agreements. I will not bore you with with that list. And they serve for short-term financing for macroeconomic policies adjustment to reestablish macroeconomic issues. And for other more specific, we have the different fund. And for more urgent situations, but with less access to financing, we have the fast access to financing that was born and strengthened during the pandemic. And we also have funds for countries with a history of strong macroeconomic policies. And we have the flexible credit line and the caution line. But more than talking about the resources that can be mobilized by the bank, we talk about other financial opportunities, just like the program for staff monitoring and policies projects. And we've been working with the Paraguayan authorities since November last year. These programs have the power to accelerate and use financial resources from other institutions, just like the IDB, and also from the private sector, because it shows that authorities are a part of the macroeconomic project and plan, and that is how we can get easier private financing, always supported by other strategic partners to strengthen the logistic network and communication network and other things that were talked about in the morning. Beyond the funds, I want to say something in addition to what Jorge said. It is a new fund for financing, which is funds for resilience, and this fund was started in 2021 to provide liquidity and money during the pandemic. part of these resources went to these funds for a resilience service and sustainability service. And just like Jorge said, it's not short or medium-term loan. It is more for a longer-term clause, a program of policies related to the fight against climate change, policies developed including adaptation and mitigation regarding climate change. And just like the previous panel debated on, these effects are or have happened. We've seen it, just like the drought last year in Paraguay. But in the future, these countries are more vulnerable to the climate change effects. And these kinds of external shocks would affect the balance of payments. And that is where the IMF can help with the development and implementation of those policies. And I want to say this as an advisor, either as an advisor on strengthening policies or anything. Our doors are open to working with other strategic partners for the sustainable development for developing countries that are landlocked. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a Massimiliano.
Thank you, Maximiliano Amendino from the IMF. Now I will give the word to Ms. Matilde Bordon, the resident representative of the World Bank to Paraguay. Hello, can you hear me? Thank you for, I would like to thank the United Nations for having invited the World Bank to participate in this forum, along with my colleagues from other organizations in the public sector. We've spoken a lot about the challenges that the LLDCs have, but I would like to have my exposition based on what Jorge mentioned regarding the opportunities that are presented by the LLDCs, in particularly Paraguay. I come from an LLDC, from a province that is landlocked, and its oasis that's been converted to oasis even though it's landlocked. And Paraguay still has important challenges to face. The demand to strengthen the efforts, the strength of the infrastructure, particularly the waterway, as it was mentioned, the necessity to strengthen the institutions of the country as well. And a third theme is how to manage the natural resources in these countries and in the countries in general in order to generate development more inclusive, more sustainable ahead. I would like to base my exposition on what we're doing in our organizations to confront the multi-crises that we're facing in the world, pandemics, climate shocks, wars, and how are the institutions and like the World Bank and other organizations are rethinking confronting this new scenario. Here I would like to reference what my colleague from IDB said, how the organizations are rethinking what are we going to fund and how can we innovate in financial instruments in order to respond to these needs, because the pandemic and COVID have given the institutions that we need to rethink how we're funding and giving faster responses and with more impact, because there were ways that we needed to save, and this puts us in a situation to rethink. And the World Bank is in a process. In English, we call the evolution roadmap, which is a roadmap how the institutions are evolving and the multilateral entities are evolving as well. In the case of Paraguay specifically, we're basically focalizing on giving attention to resilience facing climate change. We've seen the drought in Paraguay here recently. It had a great impact in 2019 and 2021 in the waterway, in the navigation of the rivers, and it's an impact of more than 3.4 of the internal gross product. So we need to focalize on the efforts to develop more resilient economies at a global and regional level, but also in LLDCs. I don't want to give a lot of data because during the event they were already mentioned, most of them that show this situation. What is the World Bank doing facing these new challenges? The World Bank has duplicated its funding for the climate in the last years with an ambitious roadmap. In the case of Paraguay, we've developed, along with Treasury, a roadmap to grow, to identify what Paraguay needs in order to develop itself sustainably, but what type of funding and what is the gap regarding funds to approach these topics. We've been developing a new instrument called Report regarding climate and development. We're finishing this report. We will present it in the next months, where we focalize on the challenges, but also the opportunities of each one of the countries that have in order to develop a more sustainable economy and to identify the gaps of funding as well. We've been widening our in the World Bank in 2022 gave $22 million in funding for climate change related. We have triplicated our support in our last 6 years. This is a reference more than the evolution roadmap. We have more new leadership in our institution. He's come into force a few months ago, and he's reinforced the mission of the World Bank. Our objective, our mission, is to reduce poverty. And in the last months, we've added to this mission to reduce poverty, but in a very adaptable environment in order to face the climate shocks that the world is presenting. We're also in a process of rethinking on how do we respond to these crises, emerging crises, and how to maximize the impact of each dollar that we invest in development. What is the weight that is invested in development, and how we create new instruments, financial instruments, and we're very courageous in our measures that we're taking in order to increase our capacity of loans, which will allow millions of people to escape from poverty and improve their lives. When our new president assumed, he took his first visit from Washington. He went to Peru and Jamaica, and he went with the IDB president, giving a message of the importance to collaborate within the institutions. There's a lot to do. We need to work with incentives that can help us work jointly together and better. And I hope it's not just a desire that we make this come true. Additionally, I would like to make some announcements of the World Bank that have been made a few months ago to take more risks. Given this scenario, give more loans to take more risk without the necessity of having a loss of our credit quality, which is AAA. I'm thankful that there are members of finance and private sector here in my table, so we can rethink together in order to catapult the public and private sectors. But we have very limited fiscal spaces. Some measures of these instruments that have been announced recently, besides, is to have loans to finance climate shocks, effects of the pandemic, etc., as well as the investment loans. We're thinking to increase the strength of their warranties so that they can be impulsed in order to give the loans out. We mentioned the focus of the risk, the shared risk of the financing, so that the funding would be more available as well. If the countries cannot pay their loans, for example, 5 million in guarantees can generate 30 million in loans. More schools, more children to schools, to support people with their agriculture facing the climate changes. As a second measure, recently it was announced that we will raise hybrid capital from stakeholders. For this hybrid capital is a new way to play in the game in order to give stakeholders to invest in bonuses. Third is to have more value taken out of the demanded capital with new funds to help the bank only in extreme measures and towards where the bank can call the stakeholders in order to expand risks and the loan without really leaving our credit quality behind. And last but not least, I would like to mention an initiative from the last month, which is that the bank established a new laboratory of investments for the private sector that will escalate impacting ideas that limit barriers in the emerging countries. For example, in this forum we talked about the attraction of investments and what are the barriers that the countries have without LLDCs have, that what challenges are they facing in terms of attracting investments? And this can be a very important and interesting initiative. With this, I know I'm lacking time here. I would like to finish saying that this challenge places all of us, government, private sector, and all organizations in order to see how we support development with a better impact. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much to Matilde Bordon, representative of the World Bank in Paraguay, and we go on to Agustin Silverman, interim representative of FAO for Paraguay. Agustin, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mario. It's a pleasure to greet everyone. I would like to express my thanks and on behalf of the FAO to the Paraguayan government for inviting us. The Office of High Representatives. For us, it is very important to be able to participate in this space. My colleague has already presented how FAO is supporting the process globally for LLDCs, the small islands. What I wanted, in my presentation, what I wanted to do is can you please activate the presentation on both screens? To answer the questions from this panel, perhaps I could give a concrete example of how the United Nations, specifically an agency specialized such as FAO, how we are working in Paraguay to create means, be them financial, technical, or skills, to be able to advance in what is the response to the needs and specifics that a country has without landlocked countries such as Paraguay have. FAO has an initiative that aims towards that finding the specifics in countries, and we have managed for organization in several systems in the agro-food system, and how do we promote investments that focus on those needs. I would like to tell you about what is the hand-to-hand initiative. It's a cooperative initiative of the organization that seeks to support through data generation that will allow the government and private sector and development banks. And it's a pleasure to share this panel with other financial institutions. It allows them to have better precision in investments, agricultural investments, to transform agro-food industries to make them more productive and sustainable, and obviously to make them more inclusive. The initiative, Hand-in-Hand initiative, is an initiative that was launched by the General Director of FAO. It went through every level of government and was appropriated by the member states of their organization. And it seeks to, as I mentioned before, an interaction between different actors to identify the economic opportunities and, above all, to mobilize resources to promote a territorial development that is integral and sustainable, to be able to support the public policy objectives and priorities that, and to respond to national priorities in developing the agro industry. And through these synergies between different institutions, be them from the government or from donors or the private sector or financial institutions, international financial institutions, we have a roadmap that is being advanced on. It has 3 phases. The first phase, I will talk about this. This is more technical, and it deals with generating maps and territorialization and territory typology within each country. In that phase, there is an interaction, a technical interaction between the FAO and other ministries of agricultural ministries in other countries, and we identify and characterize different types of territories that I will mention. Phase 2 is the generation of dialogue spaces, multi-actor spaces, and to create in this manner plans, investment plans for different chain sectors and territories that have been selected. And that phase ends with an effort, a joint effort that FAO supports to mobilize resources to finance investment plans that have been created. And the third and last phase is documenting these investment plans and the monitoring and follow-up on the impact that they are having. I would like to take some time here, and this is what I was mentioning. The first phase of the hand-in-hand initiative is in the countries is basically that characterization of the territory in different typologies. In several panels, they mentioned the need to have more precision in investment, more recognition of what the local needs are, and that is very important as well in a country that is a landlocked country like Paraguay. Basically, the typologies are built on 3 key factors, as you can see here. The first is urgency of the intervention that we are seeking, that is molded by poverty indexes in the countries. The second is the agricultural potential. In other words, we measure the agricultural income, the maximum agricultural income that small producers can obtain, the maximum capacity. And third is the efficiency criteria that is measured by how far away small farmers are from reaching their productive potential. So the combination of these 3 criteria define different types of territorial typology that can be divided in 3 large sectors. and require different types of interventions. Behind this typology, there is a model, obviously, a geospatial model, statistical model, and also values that determine, based on different variables, what type of territory we're talking about. And as I mentioned, depending on the type of territory, we decide what type of interventions are made. As you can see here in the slide, the first three types of territories. For the first three types of territories, we suggest more interventions of social inclusion and productive inclusion and generating new opportunities of employment. The second group of territories is aimed more towards investments and agro-productive interventions, emphasized in training, financial services, and organization. And last, we have the territories where we suggest agro-productive interventions with more emphasis on what is high-value markets and innovation and digital innovation. If we look at the map of Paraguay, it's not on the slide, but basically we see a lot of concentration of green and yellow colors. So the interventions that we are suggesting and preparing jointly with the Ministry of Agriculture are interventions of the second type that seek to have investments and interventions that are more agro-productive. As I mentioned, in the roadmap that we have, that we're using, one of the efforts that we are carrying out is to push and support the country in what is mobilizing resources. FAO is organizing this for the second year in a row. Last year we have the first edition. We have an investment forum that is being organized, that is carried out in Rome. This is for the World Week of Food. The investment forum is one of the events that takes place in that week in October of 2023. It coincides with the World Food Day. And in that forum, last year as well as this year, we generate contacts between people. It's a platform for national authorities. Paraguay will lead a delegation to present their investment projects that we have drafted together, and we will have the international banks there as well, other financial institutions. We have a lot of the private sector there, because we work with the private sector of the countries. And Paraguay, as I mentioned, this year will be participating in this forum and will present 2 investment notes of productive change in their territories that we have already drafted this jointly with the Ministry of Agriculture, but we also included specific actors from both sectors. That is the dairy sector, that's more consolidated, and another sector that is only beginning but is expanding, that is the banana sector. Here are the 2 chains that have been selected, and we have an investment note that will be presented at the Rome Forum for Investment that will take place in October. Finally, to summarize the key messages of the work that is being carried out within the framework of the Hand-in-Hand initiative, we are implementing globally in 65 countries. Paraguay is one of the countries that was added from this region. We only have 5 or 6 countries from this region, but what we are looking for, what we have advanced on, is the idea to establish alliances with government, private sector, international financial institutions that look to reinforce mobilization of resources, potentiate the agro-food sector. This is part of the 2030 agenda, specifically SDG 2, Zero Hunger, and SDG 10 to reduce inequality. So in that sense, what we do is create greater access to value chains at a regional level and global level that are very specific for Paraguay. Paraguay is a landlocked country. We have to provide a platform of territorial information through a geospatial model and through integrated analysis to identify the actions and key interventions so that we can have more precision and a greater impact in investments. And last, generate the favorable conditions that for a country in development, such as Paraguay, this requires access to new investment opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agustin. Edna, thank you a lot. I understand that some of you, other people that need to leave the table, that we already heard. Thank you, Matilde. Thanks to you too. We will continue to thank Matilde and Edna and continue with our last two speakers. We will now give the word. Thank you, Agustin, for your presentation as well. And now we will talk with Mr. Beltran Maki, the president of the Association of Banks of Paraguay. Good afternoon or good day still. Thank you for the United Nations for the invitation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well. Briefly, I would like to say that for Paraguay, the physical connectivity is crucial. But also, it's important, the digital connectivity is important as well, and the integration of the electricity transmission networks because of the characteristics that we have in this country. We say that our blood circulates through the river because the international business and trade fundamentally goes through the waterway, and today the internet networks are similar to our nervous system because the information, intelligence, and knowledge, and to sell services, export services depends on these networks. A country like Paraguay has over costs in its international trade due to its LLDC characteristic, which makes us to be more efficient logistically wise. I can also say that there are other mechanisms to compensate and work and contribute to the development of a country with these characteristics. We're practically obligated to relate more closely with our neighbor countries, and not only business-wise, but also cooperating. And in Paraguay, there's examples of this in security, for example. Security and the borders is very relevant for the economy. We have drug trafficking. We have contraband in the case of Paraguay, which is very vulnerable in contraband terms. And there's opportunities regarding tourism. We don't require an investment in monetary funds in important sums, but we can coordinate touristic circuits that can help promote this activity in countries like Paraguay. For example, going forward in terms of funding, which is the topic that is my topic. Paraguay depends mainly of the international funding, and we have the agencies here, the cooperation agencies. We have the multilateral banks, but there are also other mechanisms that are also available, which need to carry out some tasks, which is to integrate in the international stocks of the neighbor countries that are developed. We need to do some legal reforms or some investment locally, but it's a mechanism that can help us finance public or private sector projects. In terms of of savings in the fiscal arena. We've suffered with the pandemic. Paraguay has an informal sector in its economy, similar to other countries in the region, and this is an environment to cooperate in. The national savings is composed of the voluntary will, the will of the people, and then there's an obligated savings that has to do with pensions. But it has to do with fiscal savings. Paraguay has a tax system which is very simple in order to attract investments, and has an important space to raise money through informality. So that's a cooperation space we have there in order to finance some needs in the public sector. We've been affected by droughts, successive droughts, the pandemic as well. This helps us to learn and to take those measures that are necessary to face those climate shocks. And beyond this, Paraguay needs to grow in its investment arena, and we're looking forward to elevate our qualification. There's a reform agenda that we need to carry out, and in those reforms, most of those reforms need funding. Others need knowledge in order to make them happen. From the point of view more private, from the private financing sector, the last years has emerged in the financing private and public sector projects, but there's still a space that the private financing sector needs to integrate into these projects. There's space to integrate funding not only for the central government, but for the departmental governments or the other regions or the local, which governments that are in the frontiers or the borders, and there are works that need to be done in those areas. For these, we count with means that are specialized for funding. Some needs norms, a specialized norm, but that's just a simple task that we need to carry out. We can also say that the financial systems need to integrate. We're promoting in all the countries the digital currency. All of us use digital wallets or systems, but as it's advancing, it's important that we integrate the financial systems in order to be more efficient. In order to summarize this, from the point of view for Paraguay in funding, it's important to reduce informality and to have spaces to have more efficiency in its international trade, and of course to have a public sector that can accompany these objectives in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beltran, President of the Bank Association of Paraguay. And now we move on to Mr. Daniel Oviedo, International Executive Service Corps TFAST Project Director. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. How are you? I feel you're hungry already, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank the National Chancellor for inviting me to this panel, and the Ambassador, you and your team, you are great. Mr. Mario Samaja, Coordinator of the UN. Thank you very much. Well, the TFAST project, I will talk a little bit about it. It is focused on the trade facilitation. It is financed by the program Food for Progress from the USDA of the United States government. The TFAS project starts in November of 2018. Only 4 months after it began, we had pandemic. The pandemic hit, and we didn't know if the world would continue being the same way. And so the project was uncertain. What I can tell you is that Paraguay took the tragedy of the pandemic and turned into an opportunity. A great opportunity that through leadership and the coordination of the Foreign Affairs Ministry that coordinates the National Facilitation Committee that in Paraguay aggregates several public institutions all related to foreign commerce, international commerce, and sectors that are representative of this trading sector in Paraguay. And the energy was channeled, all this room for improvement of the country, that this collective awareness, knowing that we are LLDC, Paraguay cannot only settle for being just as efficient and as agile as the other countries, but it has to be more. Yesterday, we talked about this book. We could say just another book, but this book that was launched and published at the end of last year, this is a compilation of everything that was achieved after 53 workshops of the public and private stakeholders with public authorities and representatives of every sector, private sector, that represent the trading area of Paraguay. And after these workshops, there was a consensus of areas for improvement. But more than 100 of these points were results of a consensus of the public sector and the private sector regarding the roadmap to solve these problems. What this represents for international cooperation in our specific case is that this represents a great value in money terms for international cooperation, because Paraguay already performed the hardest part, which is find consensus on the optimization on the trading, that is the way to go, and having consensus on what the technology tools will be in order to get solutions to facilitate trading. Even more important than that, Paraguay has a private sector that is organized, that works together with the public sector, that has built the trust and this team spirit, so that groups can be formed in the trading area and work directly facing a solution. There is no time wasted on how the solution should be, but we work on how to implement things. We, as a TFAS project, we held on to that, and we took advantage of it. And one methodology we applied to 5 different institutions in Paraguay, regulators of different areas that are really important for the Paraguayan trade. And we always go from mapping and then through workshops specific for these institutions. We worked with people that are on the field, people who are doing the actual things, people who are in contact with final consumer, and come up with the best way to turn this specific process into a more simplified one. This is followed by a technical team, software developers that work within these institutions, each institutions, so that they can leave this know-how in every institution, and the institution itself can further know how to manage the system and know how to evolve from that point. And finally, creating systems of feedbacks for each of the systems, so that we have a culture of continuous improvement. Again, I want to reiterate that Paraguay is the one allowing this sense and culture, this hunger for improvement. And it goes not only to the authorities, but everybody in the chain. And we used to be very worried because we found employers that would just sign and seal papers, and that was their only job for 20 years. And we were worried that how will this person and these people relearn the process? But this feeling and this hunger for change in Paraguay, not only the Paraguayan government, but the whole population, this was what allowed all institutions, and just like CENAVE, a Paraguayan institution, which created a whole area within the institution to retrain employers who would just sign papers or seal papers, so that these employers could incorporate the technological tools and really make use of those and be of value. Because in the past, these positions just stopped existing because it was not necessary, because softwares perform the same actions. So in this specific case of CENAVE, they retrained the employer to add value somewhere else. Highlight the openness of Paraguay in the public institutions. And this is the result of private and public work from an institutional perspective. As well, we went back and looked at the mission, vision, profound changes in these institutions only because of the openness. This feeling that we feel was revitalized because of the pandemic. And again, with the leadership of the Foreign Affairs Office and Ministry that now is divided in 4 task force groups that have assigned specific subjects, and they have work plans, and they work on implementation. Through this spirit that Paraguay has, we managed to reduce the times to 60%. We revisited all the softwares. These are represented by decrees, different regulations, and they show changes in the foreign trade of Paraguay. And we also find other areas. Paraguay is not looking only for assistance. Paraguay wants to be a partner, and Paraguay can add value and incorporates the most important thing, which is the human resource that is open to continuous improvement. That has been the TIFAS experience. My message for other cooperators is that it will be too hard to find another country just like Paraguay. This is the roadmap, only a part of the strategic plan of one of the groups, task force groups of the Facilitation of Trade Committee. And we have a consensus on how we are going to harmonize all the softwares so we can interact among everybody. And this is a regional effort also, just like we talked yesterday about the authorized operating economic operator. All the regulators of the agriculture sector are added to this initiative. This is new for the whole region. These are the achievements that you will find in Paraguay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Oviedo, Director of the TPAS project. Thank you very much to everyone all the panelists. Thank you to the audience that remains in the room. You are very resilient and paying attention. I would like to ask you for a little bit more patience. I understand you that I am the obstacle between you and lunch, but I ask you for one more minute of patience. The panel is very rich. I would like to give a summary. In the spirit of time, I would like to summarize a few a summary of the topics that were dealt with today. Ambassador, I would like to thank you for mentioning the principle of human security and inclusion that is fundamental in everything that we are talking about today. I would like to highlighting the opportunities and not only the risks and the challenges as well. I think that is fundamental as well. Regional integration, public-private collaboration, the subject of infrastructures. We talked about physical connectivity, digital connectivity, energy, water, and sanitation. These are all fundamental. Bridges, roads, all these subjects are fundamental. Reducing the financial costs, the subject of hand in hand, working with alliances and consortiums, that is key. Again, there's a subject that cuts everything transversally. It includes everything transversely, everything we mentioned these past days. Economic diversification, that's another point, is a crucial point. It's regretful that also had to leave, but water for LLDCs, Paraguay and Bolivia, for example, it's a crucial subject for them. Water for domestic use, water for sanitation, or water as a means of transportation. Rivers are the lifeline of this part of the continent that do not have, that are landlocked. Fiscal sustainability and stabilization of debt, macroeconomical stability, the need to mobilize domestic resources, both public and private, that is also fundamental. Climate, managing natural resources, droughts in Paraguay, but it has also affected Argentina, Brazil, and Bolivia in a very harsh manner. I think that that is a call to attention, a wake-up call, and the subject of data as a basis to create public policies, and not only relative data, but data are indispensable. Security, trafficking, contraband, those are obviously central subject for Paraguay, looking at Paraguay, but all neighboring countries as well, especially in moments where we see an increase in connection between countries. Tourism, touristic opportunities, especially opportunities with a regional perspective. I think this is fundamental as well. The fact that reform needs resources, but also knowledge. There is a very large space there, a great opportunity for exchange of knowledge between countries that do not have, that are landlocked. Countries can find solutions that can be adapted with the help of international institutions. And last, I said this will be brutal, but last, the absolute importance of foreign commerce. Please excuse me if, due to time constraints, I have forgotten some points because everything was very interesting in this discussion. These are the points that I remembered, and I think that were worthy of mentioning. We need a workshop on them, and thank you very much, and have a nice lunch.
Un desafío. Difícil, muy difícil. No te odian. ¿Ah? Para que no te odian. No, eso yo consigo hacer.
Seguidamente tendremos la consideración y adopción del documento final.
Following, we have consideration and adoption of the final document and the closing ceremony. In this session, we will adopt the final document. It will be presided by Mr. Enrico Franco, Vice Minister of Economic Relations of the Republic of Paraguay.
still here, having the resilience that is needed. We have had, this is the last part of the meeting, and then we're gonna have a break for lunch once we have the authorities for the closing ceremony. So we have had 2 days of very productive discussions. I thank also the support of the Secretariat and the document of results, your presence of all the countries, the good environment that we had. And also I would like to give my appreciation to all the participants with the comments and questions. Before we close, I know that many of you wanted to have the opportunity to talk. There was time for that. But if there is anybody else that would like to do it now, you can do it now, because later we will have the adoption of the document and the report of the Haputo. So this will be the last opportunity you have to say something. Caterpa, you can do your comment, and then we're going to proceed with the document. Good morning, everybody. Danny says good afternoon, but since I haven't had lunch yet, good morning, everybody. My name is Renato Soso. I'm president of ports and private ports and terminals. The Vienna Program of Action for LLDC, I ask you to please help the LLDC in South America, Bolivia, Paraguay, so the transit of our goods, of our production, to be as expedite as possible. In many senses, we are speaking economically, with documentations, and I think it is possible. If there is interest, it can be done. So I ask you for the next part of the Vienna Program of Action for LLDC, you can take this into account. And the second point, if you can be a nexus or a moderator with our neighboring countries that not always agree with us, or they put ahead their priorities without consulting with us, since we are part of that and we're not able to take out our goods. We have a lot to do, we agree on that, but also these overcosts that the landlocked countries have are being paid by the producers, the small, the medium, and the big producer. It's not the government, it's the producer that ends up paying it. The so famous premium that the intermediary companies call this is not a premium, it's a premium for the company that is buying. It doesn't go to the producer, it's actually a punishment because it's a discount. So I ask the United Nations with the Vienna Program of Action to intercede, and for the landlocked countries that are having difficulty to find competitiveness, to be able to compete with countries that do have a sea coast. I ask you concrete actions so the program can be successful. And lastly, if you can start checking that when the producer pays more or a higher cost, it has less resources to implement what you mentioned about the internet and ICTs. It's still very difficult. So when we have a higher cost to deliver the product, less capacity to improve the system there is. So thank you very much to the National Chancery. Thank you for the invitation. Very well, thank you very much. I think This was like the last opportunity for those who weren't able to make a comment during the whole day. We had a long discussion, intense works in a parallel level where we have very rich and interesting panels, and we have agreed on a document which is the call for action in Asunción that presents some of the areas that will address the vulnerabilities and the needs of the landlocked developing countries for the next decade and accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. So I would like this just finished and this is gonna circulate in the room. This now we're gonna pass to the adoption of this document, and then I will expect any comments on this, or then we will approve on the document that was being drafted during these 2 days. I will say approve and adopted, and if there is additional comment, we can check with the UN Secretary. So thank you very much for approving this. So let's give it a hand. Thank you very much. So we have the call for action of Asunción that is a result of these meetings. And now I will ask for an assessment from the Ambassador Juan Manuel Corso Roman as a reporter of the meetings, and if you can do a brief summary of everything that we've been working on, Mr. Ambassador. Good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As a Vice President of the table and as a reporter, I would like to highlight some points of our meetings of high level for the revision of the Vienna Program of Action for LLDS for the decade 2014-2024 on the 27th and 28th of July for 2023. In the meeting, we have more than 100 participants from the LLDC, transit countries, partners for development, different offices of the United Nations and other international and regional organizations. The goal of the meeting was to examine the advances on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action in Latin America, the limitations, the new challenges, and the emerging ones as the opportunities, and also to share the best experiences and formulas and recommendations on policies that will address vulnerabilities and the specific needs of landlocked developing countries, and to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. The meeting started with an opening session on the topic of from Vienna to Kigali to a new decade of partnerships for a transforming program for LLDCs. After this, we elected the table of the board that was and Mr. Rabat Fatima was in charge of it. She is the under General Secretary for LLDs of the OHR LLS, and the General Secretary of the Third Conference of the United Nations Conference for LLDS. Then we have a conversation towards diversification with a better integration. We have 5 panels of discussion about the following topics: priorities of the next program of action for the LLDs, advancing cooperation on transit and trade facilitation for LLDCs trade competitiveness to achieve seamless and sustainable connectivity and leveraging regional integration to boost LLDCs infrastructure, trade capacities, and structural economic transformation. Building resilience to climate change in Latin American LLDCs, means of execution, following up, and revision. Means of partnership policy. The call for action in Asunción was adopted in the closing meeting. The complete report of the high-level regional meeting will be shared with all of you in due time, and it will be finalized under my direction. Thank you very much, and you will have the report very soon. Thank you very much. With this, we conclude this session. Now we will have a small break. There is lunch in floor 5, and after that we will have the closing ceremony when the minister and the undersecretary general will and the clerk will do the closing remarks. So now we have a break. Thank you very much.
Sí. Sí.
You know that it would be untrue. You know that I would be a liar if I was to say to you, girl, it couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Time to set the night on fire. The time to entertain you through. No time to overwhelm the mind. Try now, we can only lose. And our love become a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. No time to hesitate you through. No time to overwhelm the mind. Try now, we can only lose. And our love become a funeral pyre. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. You know that it would be untrue. You know that I would be a liar if I were to say to you, girl, it couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. set tonight on fire. Try to set tonight on fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire.
Not where we headed.
I waited till I saw the sun. I don't know why I didn't come. I left you by the house of fun. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. When I saw the break of day, wish that I could fly away. Instead of kneeling in the sand, catching teardrops in my hand. My heart is drenched in wine, but you'll be on my mind forever. Across the sea, I would die in ecstasy, but I'll be a bag of bones, driving down the road alone. My heart is drenched in wine, but you'll be on my mind forever. Something had to make you run. Don't know why I didn't come. Feelings empty as a drum. Don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I didn't come. I don't know why I My life is bright, my love is pure. I saw an angel, of that I'm sure. She smiled me on the subway. She was with another man, but I would lose no sleep on that, 'cause I've got a plan. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you. Yes, she caught my eye as we walked on by. She could see from my face that I was flying high, and I don't think that I see her again. But we shared a moment that will last to the end. You're beautiful. You're beautiful, it's true. I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do, 'cause I'll never be with you. La da da, la da da, la da 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 da. You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, it's true. There must be an angel with a smile on her face when she thought up that I should be with you. But it's time to face the truth. I will never be with this thing called love. I just can't handle it. This thing called love. I must get round to it. I get ready. Crazy little thing called love. This thing called love. It cries and cries at night. It swings, it jives, it shakes all over like a jellyfish. I kinda like it. Crazy little thing called love. There goes my baby. He knows how to rock and roll. He drives me crazy. He gives me hot and cold fever. Leaves me in the cool, cool sweet. I gotta be cool, relax, get hit, get on my tracks, take a back seat, hitchhike, take a long ride on my motorbike until I'm ready. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. There goes my baby. He knows how to rock and roll. He just drives me crazy. He gives me hot and cold fever and leaves me in a cool, cool sweet. Gotta be cool, relax, get hit and get on my tracks. Take a back seat, hitchhike, and take a long ride on my motorbike until I'm ready. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing, love.
In your eyes and the morning sun, I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, wanna feel in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love. When you softly leave, and it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? a savior when I fall. And you may not think I care for you when you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. How deep's your love? How deep is your love? I really mean to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is your love?
Sí.
Thank you very much.
This is the easiest way.
Delegados, señoras, señores.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the closing session, and without further ado, I would like to now give the floor to Luis Yañez, Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, to give closing words. Thank you very much. Your Excellent Julio Cesar Ariola Ramirez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay, Vice Minister Enrique Franco, my esteemed Rawad Fatima, High Representative of the United Nations for less developed countries, developing countries that are landlocked, authorities of governments of the United Nations, friends, and colleagues. I would first like to congratulate Paraguay for organizing and calling and leading this successful meeting. The known technical capabilities, organizational capabilities, political and leadership of Paraguay have allowed us to have these 2 very valuable days to do an exhaustive review of the implementation of the Vienna Action Plan implementation in favor of LLDCs for this 2014 to 2024. Together, we have recognized the advances, identified gaps, limitations. We have also visualized the emerging challenges and opportunities to advance in the sustainable development for countries that are developing and landlocked. I would also like to congratulate Rawat Fatima, High Representative of the United Nations, and recognize the colleagues of her office for their excellent performance as the secretariat of this meeting and the tireless effort that they carry out, opening the path forward from Vienna to Kigali with this important midway station here in Asunción. In these couple of days, we have had over 100 interested parties, including representatives of transit countries, partners for development, United Nations organizations, and international organizations, both regional and sub-regional. We have also had the private sector here. All of them have their own viewpoints and have contributed to a collective effort to create a foundation to build the new action plan. We have discussed and we have dealt with important subjects such as the transformation and the production in LLDCs with a greater regional and global integration. The priorities of the new action plan: facilitating commerce for commercial competitivity, sustainable connectivity, regional integration to push forward infrastructure, resilience to climate change, and the means to implement this. CEPAL has been collaborating since 2013 in what was the MATI action plan. Then we had Vienna, and we reaffirm our commitment now. In these past days, we have analyzed and used our technical capabilities for organization, and the discussions that we had in this meeting is practically in all panels, analysis, documents. We participate in everything. We are implementing the Vienna Action Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, we have approved the declaration of this meeting with an urgent call to action. We have seen that this is a solid document built on purpose with different viewpoints, multiple viewpoints, that puts in the center new challenges and new ambitions for landlocked countries. CEPAL renews its historical commitment to support developing countries that are landlocked in the region, and this is one of the mandates that came from this meeting, to foment investigation, counseling, and policies, and strengthening pending capabilities to contribute to sustainable development in landlocked countries. You can also count on our support and contributions in the realm of regional assets such as of the United Nations, such as the Combined Platform for Latin America and Caribbean, who CEPAL with Peru are presiding currently, and support resident coordinators and teams from countries to implement this action plan from Vienna. As we pointed out, the importance of having adequate indicators to measure the implementation of the new action plan, we offer statistical capabilities to build these measurements to service the implementation of the action plan of Kigali. Now we go on, we leave with a great satisfaction with the contributions we have given in this meeting. We are taking several tasks home, and we ensure the effort of all sides will bring fruit. Thank you, Chancellor, for this effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your closing words. Now, I would like to give the word to Ms. Rabab Fatima, Undersecretary General and High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Developing States, Secretary General of the Third UN Conference on LLDCs, to give her words for closing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador and Mr. Vice Minister, for your kind words. And again, apologies for that very rather long title that I have. And I believe it's the longest one in the United Nations. I'm always reminded about that. His Excellency, Mr. Julio Cesar Ariola, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Paraguay, Mr. Luis Fidel Yanes, Mr. Mario Samaja, UN Resident Coordinator in Paraguay, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. I would like to start by expressing my deepest appreciation again to the government and the people of Paraguay for their excellent hospitality and arrangements made for this meeting. It has truly been wonderful to be here. Thank you, Mr. Minister. I would like to take this moment to offer my sincere congratulations to you, Honorable Minister, for your leadership in delivering a very successful meeting. I wish to convey my deep appreciation to your entire team for their sincere and tireless efforts over the past few weeks and now here for the success of the meeting. I extend my gratitude to the members of the Bureau, you, Foreign Minister Ariola, Ambassador Alexander Marshek, my very good friend, and Ambassador Juan Manuel Corzo, who were instrumental in leading us towards a highly successful conclusion of this meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank ECLAC for supporting the organization of this meeting and for all the crucial work that you are doing in this region, and we greatly value our partnership. I also thank our fellow UN organizations and representatives of the international and regional organizations for their valuable contribution. It was truly very heartening to see the very robust presence and participation of our UN colleagues here, and thank you very much for that. My special thanks to the resident coordinator and the UN country team for their excellent support and cooperation in organizing this meeting. Thank you. I would especially like to thank the representatives of transit neighbors and development partners who are present here for sharing your valuable insights on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action and for your very important recommendations for the next Program of Action. Your support and partnership remain indispensable as we work together to tackle the many challenges faced by the LLDCs. We are so pleased also to see here the representation of the chair of the LLDC group, Botswana, and the host of the third LLDC conference, Rwanda. And I thank them for their continued deep engagement and support. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, indeed the last 2 days have been intense but remarkably productive. We have just adopted the outcome document of the meeting by consensus, which captures the key priorities and takeaways from the discussion of this 2-day meeting. I congratulate you all for your strong commitment, which is captured in the document that we adopted and will be an important contribution to the new program of action. Allow me to highlight 4 key takeaways from our discussions and the outcome document of this review meeting. First, the progress achieved during the implementation period of the Vienna Program Action to build and upgrade transport, energy, and ICT infrastructure is encouraging. For instance, we heard about the improvements in inland water transport infrastructure along the Paraguay-Parana waterway, leading to a rise in the number of ports and the size of the available merchant fleet. We also heard about progress to close missing links and expand transport infrastructure, including efforts to develop the bi-oceanic corridor, which will bolster regional trade. Further, we heard about progress in internet use, which is crucial for developing the e-commerce capabilities of the LLDCs. But we also heard that much remains to be done. There are some important projects in the pipeline which can contribute to further progress. However, the landlocked countries still lag behind compared to the coastal neighbors on infrastructure development, and further efforts to improve LLDC's connectivity within the region are crucial. It will be critically important to adopt an integrated approach to link the projects in the pipeline with existing ones and enhance the scope and scale where necessary to ensure maximum impact on the ground. Second, the meeting identified the areas where progress was slow. For example, progress towards structural economic transformation and export diversification for the LLDCs remain far below the potentials of these countries. I'm happy to see that the outcome document has provided some practical solutions to make progress in these areas, including by increasing investment and creating an enabling environment for research and development, and the development of viable strategies that could result in further competitiveness and structural economic transformation. A reinvigorated partnership at all levels to transform the economies of the LLDCs into higher value-added products and services will be the sine qua non for shaping a better future for them. And I could see here Ambassador Mashik, one of the co-chairs of the preparatory process. You know, he'll be the one leading many of this discussion, and I'm so very pleased that he's here to listen firsthand to the many important recommendations that have come from here. Third, another key highlight of the discussion was the challenges that the LLDCs have been facing due to the adverse impacts of climate change, which have only been magnified by the lingering impacts of the pandemic and the geopolitical tensions. And we also heard that Paraguay and Bolivia are at highest risk of climate change impacts in this region. The compounded impacts of these crises have severely affected their progress on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. To address the challenges faced by the LLDCs, it is crucial to adopt effective strategies to build resilience against current and future shocks and crises. And obviously, LLDCs cannot do it alone. Solidarity and partnership of the international community are going to define the LLDC's ability to overcome the climate crises and chart a better future for themselves. Finally, Excellencies, it is the means of implementation, including the need for enhanced financing for development and resource mobilization from all sources, which is critical. The UN Secretary General has long been advocating for development partners to fulfill their ODA commitments and their commitment of $100 billion climate finance and enhanced adaptation financing. To rescue the SDGs, he has called for an SDG stimulus package to the tune of at least $500 billion per year. Stronger support from the development partners, IFIs, MDBs, and RDBs will be critically important in this regard. It will also be essential to unlock the full potentials of stronger engagement with the private sector, especially in the areas of infrastructure development, energy transition, structural economic transformation, risk management, to name a few. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as we all know and as we have all heard, this meeting is the second of the 3 regional review meetings, which are being held as part of the preparatory process for the 3rd UN conference on the LLDCs to be held next year in Kigali, Rwanda. These meetings are critically important to build momentum towards an ambitious outcome of the conference. The outcome document adopted today will provide important guidance and input for the next program of action. So where do we go from here? Let me provide you with a brief overview of the planned roadmap until June next year. Our next regional review meeting is the Euro-Asian Regional Review Meeting, which will be held in Bangkok on the 22nd and the 23rd of August. The LLDC's annual ministerial meeting will be held on the 21st of September in New York, on the sidelines of the high-level week. Then we have the SDG Summit during the high-level week of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. The UNFCCC COP28 to be held in Dubai in November is also another important event. And we also have planned an ambassadorial level retreat to take place towards the end of this year of the LLDCs and their partner countries, including the transit countries. We have 2 preparatory committee sessions which are scheduled to be held in New York in February and April next year. And as you can see, all this preparatory work that we are doing now will be feeding into the final PrepCom sessions. The LLDC's Trade Ministers meeting is scheduled to be held on the margins of the 13th WTO Ministerial meeting in February 2024 in Abu Dhabi, and that is also going to be an extremely important meeting. All these events will provide important opportunities to contribute to the preparations of the conference in Kigali next year. And as we move forward with the preparatory process, we count on your continued support and collaboration to make the conference a truly momentous and transformative one. From our side, from the UN, throughout the next 11 months on the road to Kigali, we will remain closely engaged within the whole UN system so that we can support the preparations for a very successful meeting. And we'll also be counting on the strong network of the resident coordinators. They will be supporting you at the national levels, but they will also be hopefully with us in Kigali and in all the other events that we discussed. And I wish to make, at this point, an early call to all of you to ensure the highest level participation in the conference. It's an important meeting. It takes place once in every 10 years. And this will be the first time that the LLDC's conference will be taking place in Africa. And with 16 of the 32 landlocked countries being in Africa, it is time to focus attention on them. Your participation at the highest political level will be an expression of solidarity and support to them and to Africa. Let me conclude, Excellencies, by conveying a special thanks to our interpreters for their patience and tireless efforts. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. My Spanish is terrible. Last but not the least, I wish to thank my team at OHR LLS for their dedication, commitment, and the hard work they have been putting up to ensure the success of this meeting. Thank you very much. I thank you all once again for your support and contribution. And I wish you all a safe journey back home. And Honorable Minister, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, everyone.
Muchas gracias por sus palabras. Ahora me gustaría dar la palabra a Su Excelencia el Embajador Julio César Arriola, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República del Paraguay.
Muchas gracias, señor viceministro, distinguida Secretaria General Adjunta de las Naciones Unidas y al mismo tiempo
And High Representative for the least developed countries and landlocked countries and small island states. Rabat Fatima, distinguished colleagues, Secretary of the ECLAG, distinguished coordinator of the UN, Mario Samaja, dear Dean of the diplomatic body, Mr. Nuncio, ambassadors, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of 2 days of intense debate. I would like to thank especially to all the delegations, thank all delegations and all of those that were here and those who came especially for this meeting. And it shows a clear sign of support and solidarity with the landlocked countries, developing countries. And I want to say and mention my friend, High Representative Fatima, and all her team. Thank her for her work for this meeting, so this would be successful, and it was. And I thank ECLAC in the name of Mr. Gianni because of the great help given to us, and not just for these 2 days, but even before that, and I'm sure in the future, so we can go to Kigali with a result of the 4 regional groups that's needed. And I want to highlight the excellent work and the coordination in the team and within the team of the Foreign Affairs Ministry and our permanent support and work with the United Nations as Paraguay. To my dear Vice President Ambassador Alexander Mashik, thank you very much. Because he's Alexander, but we call him Axel. He's known as Axel. Thank you for all the support. Our rapporteur, our ambassador in Colombia, Mr. Juan Manuel Corso, thank you very much for being a rapporteur. I want to thank all the ambassadors, friends of transit countries. Thank you for being here with us today. And also special thanks to the friends of LLDCs, because without your support, this wouldn't have been possible. The international bodies, the representatives of the private sector that were here and gave great help so this document could be a reality. You have to know that the help of all of you have made this meeting a success. From different perspectives, to approach the needs of the LLDCs. And I want to mention the adoption of the final document, just like my friend Rabat Fatima said, it was a consensus, and that is a very good thing. And I congratulate everybody who was a part of the negotiation. Thanks to your efforts, now we have a document, a strong document, inclusive document that spans crucial issues just like transit, infrastructure, connectivity, and facilitation of trading, and cooperation and integration regionally, climate change, which is an urgent issue, and also the mobilization of resources in favor of this group of countries. Dear colleagues, we are getting closer to the Kigali conference that will mark a new phase that we will have to address as a group, and we will address all the challenges and the needs of LLDCs. One new stage, and we hope it guides us to a better future in terms of development, and so our countries are not out of the benefits of globalization, and that the fact of being landlocked is not a disadvantage, but a source of opportunities. So I invite you all to participate actively of this third UN conference on landlocked developing countries that will happen in Rwanda in 2024. I want to conclude saying that we spent this morning in July 30th, we commemorate the Friendship Day. And the Friendship Day was declared by the General Assembly as an initiative of the Paraguayan Republic. And I was a permanent representative at that time, and I was able to negotiate something that was approved in the end by the General Assembly. This commemoration, I think, is to be highlighted because it's friendship that we have built among nations, the one that is the one that has to guide us to respond to the special needs of LLDCs. Just like our African friends, and they say, if you want to get there fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you have to walk in group. And with the spirit of that saying, I invite you all to walk together, because that is the only way, collaborating and working together, that we can move forward to our goal, common goal, which is reaching the sustainable development for everybody without leaving anyone behind. Rabat and all of you who are here, it has been an honor to preside this regional meeting. Thank you very much.
With this, we thank you, Your Excellency, for your words. We want to thank all the participants for their commitment, their participation during the meetings, and the support to the landlocked developing countries. And with this, we conclude the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.